I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and it's the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. My panel is composed of Mr. Richard Whitbread, who is to my far left, Carrie Dinkletter to my left, and my name is Sarfi Diamond. The City Assessment Department is represented by Stephen Lopenstein, and our secretary coordinator is Kara Balshaw. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment rolls in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision have been requested are described in each application. We will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor may make must be sworn testimony. Anyone making such sworn testimony must be sworn in. Be advised that comparison assessments of properties are not considered evidence by our board. Our board is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. We make our decisions on the basis of the evidence that we hear, and we issue written orders that will be mailed out as soon as possible after the hearing. Please note that our decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or if the Court of Queen's Bench, the matter pertains to an application for exemption from taxation. Should a party wish to appeal information to do so, will be included with our order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matter to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may ask or board members may ask. And after the questions are delved into, the other side may then give their evidence, and they will be questioned as well. Once all evidence on an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The person will repeat for each item on the agenda, and the session will close after all applications have been heard. We will make our decisions in private, and we will issue a separate or a written order, which should be sent out in a registered mail as soon as possible. And the information today is forming a public record and is live streamed. And we'll swear in the parties.
Please state your name.
Stephen Lopenstein.
Do you affirm the evidence you present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, so. Please swear in.
Yeah, sorry.
Please state your name.
Stephen Carl.
Do you swear the evidence you present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So the first one will be 50 furniture park, is it?
I think we'll skip that
Oh,
one.
well, okay, so that one's 80?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are we skipping
Skip it
Yes,
50.
50.
Is that the one Carrie was needed on?
80? I think Carrie just needs to be here in general on one of the properties, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, doesn't matter which one. Oh, I'm sorry, I
Okay,
misunderstood.
so we can't start with 50 then?
We can.
Yeah, okay. Okay, when you're ready, Mr. Lopez, you can proceed.
Roll number 0400703210. It's 50 Furniture Park Road. The roll year is for the 2020 assessment. The assessed value is $10,473,000. It's zoned as a light manufacturer industrial. It's got, the number of buildings on it is 6. The actual years built range between 1962 and 1991. The effective year built in is 1984. The wall heights range between 18 to 36 feet. The construction is metal frame, and the zoning is M2 for general manufacturing. The land area is 554,825 square feet. The gross floor area is 193,562 square feet with a leasable area of 189,827 square feet, and the land to plan is 2.92. Flipping to page 8, I guess we'll look at the back and look at some pictures first. You get an overhead view to get an idea of the scale of the building. It's a fairly large building. It's located on Furniture Park Road off Gateway. It's used for manufacturing of below the top picture on page 8 is the side view. You get another idea of the absolute scale of it and the size of the property. On page 9 is another picture to see. You can see the loading docks on there. You can see there is some office space to the right. So turning back to page 2, the request for information has been received. Page 3 are the rent comparables. So the rent comparables, they range from 228,484 square feet all the way down to 100,285 square feet. The average wall heights range between 22 feet all the way up to 34 feet, and the year built ranges from 1968 all the way up to 1990. And then, of course, the net rents range from $4 all the way up to $6.53 a square foot. Turning to page 4, you can see the breakdown. At 827 square feet, we're applying $4.14 a square foot. We're then taking a 2.5% vacancy loss from that, as well as a shortfall expense at $3.75 to get a net operating income of $733,116. We're applying that to a capitalization rate of 7% to get the assessed value of $10,473 rounded. Flipping to page 6, you can see the cap rate study of the city of Winnipeg. If you look down to industrial properties, you can see it falls within the range, within the 20th percentile and the 80th percentile, 6.34 and 7.80. This is similar to the CBRE and Cushman Wakefield, as you can see further down for comparable cap rates. Page 7 is the Municipal Assessment Act. And on page 10 and 11, you can see the 10, 11, 12, and 13 are the mailers they presented. This is an owner-occupied building though, so we don't take rents from this building. And feel this value should be confirmed at $10,473,000.
Thank you. So, do you have any questions of the assessor?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, please.
If you could just please turn to page 3 of your presentation. Okay. Looking at comparable number 1 at 345 Redwood Avenue, Boeing, Canada. Are you aware if any tenant improvements were made to this property when Boeing, Canada moved in?
By tenant improvements, are you saying the owner of the building approved it or the tenant themselves improved it?
The owner improved it for the tenant.
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Are you aware that GM Canada rented this property before that?
I am not aware of that, no.
Is it likely that some changes were made to the property to allow for the use of Boeing Canada for their particular purposes, which is assembling airplane parts?
I would say the two companies are different, so there's probably some change to it, yes.
Okay. Comparable number 2, this is a multi-tenant facility?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know how many tenants there are in this property?
Not off the top of my head, no, but I would say that there's under 10, I would say.
Would you say that a multi-tenant facility would rent differently than a single tenant occupancy?
Not necessarily, no.
No? Your comp 3, 879 Keewatin Avenue. Are you aware that there is a large retail area in this building?
No, I'm not exactly aware of that.
Okay. Now, in terms of location of some of these properties, do you think that there is a difference in terms of the location? So is one location superior to the other?
Well, I think the issue with these properties are there's such high square footage, like there's very few buildings like these in the city. So you have to go across the city to find comparables. Location becomes less of a factor with these types of buildings. So although, yes, I would say they are somewhat spread out throughout the city, they have to be. There's no other way to do it with properties this size.
However, there are some properties that are located in one specific area, correct? That would be Inkster Industrial Park.
Inkster Industrial Park has, yeah, quite a few properties.
Now, in terms of the subject property, you mentioned that there is office space in that property. However, we both walked through this property together, and we
Yeah, I would
basically
agree.
say that there's minimal office space.
Yeah,
in this.
well, minimal for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. There's minimal office space as compared to the rest of the property.
Would you say that there's any additional risk to this property because it is a single occupancy and it is a manufacturer that is dependent on exports?
So, okay, so you're asking kind of two questions there. You're asking, is there a risk to the company itself because they do import-export, and then, but we're valuing the building, not the company. So larger buildings do carry somewhat more of a risk.
So larger buildings do carry more risk?
Right.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread, any questions of the assessor?
No, just one. I'm looking at the photo on page 8 and page 9, and I'm a little bit confused by the orange lines. There's a gray area on page 9 to the left of the light-colored area.
Mm-hmm.
There's a loading zone contiguous to the light-colored area.
Right.
Is that all part of the
So
property?
yeah, I should have maybe have spoke to this better. This is one large building broken up into two roll numbers. So you can, if you can see, we're gonna also be talking about 80 Furniture Park Road, which is that division right there. It'd be the orange line up in the top left in the corner. On page 9, you can see 80. So these buildings, although connected, they're on two different roll numbers and have two different appeals that will be happening today.
Thank you for clarifying that. No further questions.
Mr. Whitbread, any questions of the assessor?
Yeah, just a couple. So I just want to reconfirm, Mr. Waldenstein, you were at this property.
Yeah, we inspected it, Marcelo and I inspected it together.
Okay. When was that?
It was last Friday.
Oh, okay. So for, you've got, under the age, is this building, you've got a range 62 to 90? So was all of the original building built in 62?
I believe it is, yes. I believe the original building was built all in 62, and then the addition was added on in 90. You can see a pretty definite break when
Was
you're
the-
walking through.
Was the addition the office space?
No, well, part of it, the office, yeah. The addition was, it basically, when you look at this structure here, if you see sort of to the right.
Sorry, you're on page 9.
9, my mistake, yeah, page 9. The whole sort of brown area on the right that jets out into the parking lot would be the 60. The lighter color gray part would be the 1990 building.
Are they, I'm just going by this photo, are they roughly the same size?
No, the part that was constructed in 1990 would be the larger portion.
Okay. So then, just curious, how do you come up with the effective age of 84?
There is a formula for it, but basically you're taking like 1962, you're taking 1990, and then you're putting it into a formula, and unfortunately I forget the formula off the top of my head, and you come up with 1984 as the effective age.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
So the formula would be like blending hot water with cold water and you get medium hot water.
That's one way to look at it.
That's my question, it's okay, statement. I don't know the questions. So Barry, you can proceed when you're ready.
50 Furniture Park, roll number 0400703210. Again, an effective age of ranging between 1962 and 1990. With an effective age, I believe the assessor had 1984. There's one story, no basement, the plan area, 189, 827,000 square feet. The gross floor area is slightly higher at 193,562 square feet. The leasable area is 189,827, and the site area in total is 554,825. The assessment year is 2020, reference date April 1, 2018. The realty assessment is 10,473,000. The requested assessment is 8,094,000. Property description: subject property is located at 50 Furniture Park in the city of Winnipeg. It is a one-story metal frame structure and is best described as a single-tenant light manufacturing industrial facility. The subject property is located on the south side of Furniture Park, formerly Vulcan Avenue, privately owned street purchased from the city some years ago, east of Gateway Road between McLeod Avenue to the south and Burnett Avenue to the north. The subject size is improved with light manufacturing industrial buildings constructed piecemeal over a period of years as follows, per assessment and taxation department records. So here we see the how this building was put together essentially over the 30-some years, starting in 1962 to 1993. Building 1 has 36 feet ceilings, which formerly housed a crane run, formerly a steel plant. The uppermost 6 feet of the structure is used by a steel web reinforcement system, which is no longer necessary as the crane has been removed. This excessive ceiling height is considered to be a functional obsolescence, and the structure's current usage has led to the installation of fluorescent lights suspended approximately 10 feet from the floor. This property also has a very minimal office space. The adjacent property at 80 Furniture Park has part of its building on its lot, as well as some of the lot for 50 Furniture Park. So as we were saying, these are kind of piecemeal. You go from one property to another within the same building, essentially. A subject site is irregular in shape with a total site size as recorded by the assessment department and taxation department of approximately 554,825 square feet, or roughly 12.7 acres with M2 industrial zoning. The land to building ratio is 2.92. Next page over, you will see the property site, very similar in terms of what the assessor has provided here. The analysis, again, for the 2020 realty assessment, the reference date for value is April 1, 2018. The effective date of valuation does not match the physical condition of the property. The Municipal Assessment Act and subsequent decisions have been interpreted to mean that a property is to be valued for the assessment purposes based on its physical condition as of the year of assessment 2020 and reflecting its market value or portion thereof to reflect equity of assessment as between properties as of the reference date. You can turn the page over. Approaches to value. There's typically 3 approaches to value: the cost approach, the sales comparison approach, or the direct comparison approach, and the income approach to value. The income approach to value is the one that we're concentrating on. So if you look at the income approach to value on the next page, the rentable area, for the purposes of this report, a rentable area of 189,827 square feet is used. The same is applied by the City of Winnipeg and Taxation Department. Market rent, the subject property has been valued by the Assessment Department and Taxation Department with a blended April 1, 2018 market rent of $4.14 per square foot to the 189,827 square feet of leasable area. The subject property was owner-occupied related corporation as of April 1, 2018. Therefore, market research for comparable rents was undertaken and the following comparisons were found. You can see the first index is on Mountain Avenue with an effective age of 1977. Tenancy type is multiple. Total leasable area is 138,962 square feet. Lease start date January 15 to November 16 with a $5 net rent per square foot. Wall height is at 29 square feet with M2 zoning. The next comparable over is on Pandora Avenue East, 1973 effective age, multiple tenancy, 223,645 square feet. Lease start date was March 10th, $3 per square foot, 22-foot wall height with M3 zoning. The next index over is 1093 Sherwin Road, 1964, effective age, single occupant, 175,000 square feet, with a lease start date of March 1st, 2013, to February 2016, with a net rent per square foot of $202.75, 19-foot wall height, M2 zoning. The next lease is Sony Place, 1980, multiple tenancy, 228,484 square feet, starting in August 08 to July 18. If you look at this, the net rent is actually the net rent says $3.13. It's actually $4.22. There was a step up on this rent that I missed. So the correct rent is actually $4.22 per square foot. The wall height is 24 feet to 34 feet, and with M2 zoning. Next one over, number 5 is Furniture Park, effective age 1981, multiple tenant, 137,390 square feet. Lease start date of January 14 to January 15, 21, with a net rent of $4.15, and there is a rent step there starting in January 16. Wall height varies between 9 feet and 20 feet and has M2 zoning. The next comparable is Kernahan Avenue, 1973, effective age, tenancy type, multiple, 108,842 square feet. Lease start date is July 2013, and lease end is November 2023. Net rent is $303.95 per square foot. There is a step, July 1/15 to 30 June 17. 23-foot wall height, M1 zoning. The next one over is Inkster Boulevard, effective age 1970, tenancy type multiple, total leasable area of 102,339 square feet, and starting in November of 14 to October of 18, $3.12 per square foot, 22-foot wall height with M2 zoning. We have an average of $3.59 net rent based on all of the comparables. However, taking into account that Sony Place actually has a $4.22 step up, the average is actually $3.75. The above comparable rents range from $2.75 to $5 per square foot, with an average of $3.59. That's actually $3.75, and a median of, I did not calculate the median. Comparable number 5 is in very close proximity to the subject property, and it has 18,700 square feet, 13% of the office space, while the subject has minimal office space. Based on the above and considering the site-specific attributes of the subject property, an April 1, 2018 market rent of no more than $3.75 per square foot should be applied to the subject property. Total gross potential rent on a net basis is 711,851 square feet, or again, $3.75 per square foot. For the balance of the valuation, we will apply the following vacancy and expense allowances and capitalization rate. In terms of vacancy, for the purpose of this report, we are classifying the subject property as an industrial space and using a vacancy of 4%. Shortfall, the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department and Taxation Department suggests a shortfall rate of $3.75 per square foot for all industrial properties. For the purpose of this report, we are using a shortfall rate of $3.75 per square foot. In terms of non-recoverable expenses, this is the section that Mr. Reimer is coming in here to present on, so I'm just going to basically touch upon it, and then he'll come in later and present our report on non-recoverable expenses. So Altus Group is continuing to apply an allowance of 7% of effective market rent in our evaluation of the subject. This allowance is based upon a standard allowance of 2% as structural allowance and 5% as stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses that arise in the competent management and operation of the property. We would refer to the board to the detailed submission attached to this brief concerning these allowances. In terms of capitalization rate, for the purposes of this report, we are disputing the assessor's capitalization rate of 7%. Capitalization rate study shown in the separate report of Altus Group Limited Rate Study for Industrial Properties 2020-21. 2020 to 2021 realty has been considered. The capitalization ranges within the study are also subject to adjustment for site-specific factors such as location, i.e. north end, low wall heights, and other additional risk factors. Based on the Altus Group study, conclude that a capitalization rate of 7.5% more accurately reflects a market view of the subject property. Detailed below, we have the income summary for 50 Furniture Park. Again, 189,827 square feet. That comes to P&I of $711,851, or a net rent of $3.75. Again, we stated that we applied a 4% vacancy rate to this. So the effective market rent is actually $683,377. Non-recovered expenses of 7%, a shortfall of $3.75, giving us a net operating income of $607,067, to which we applied a 7.5% cap rate, and an income value of $8,094,223. Rounded, that would be $8,094,000. So in the summary, we see over in the next page, the current 2020 realty assessment is $10,473,000. Based on the above analysis, the market value of the subject property as of April 1, 2018 reference date is $8,094,000. Going into the appendix, what we have here is some building characteristics. On the first page, we see the building is stated here is 152,970 square feet, 27.7 feet wall height. I suspect that the building characteristics are a little off. The next page over is the current 2020 assessment. The next one over is the commercial building summary. And there you get the breakup of the different areas. And the next page over is the previous 2018 assessment. Now, in terms of the capitalization rate, we also have a capitalization report that we that you should have in your package. So I'll take you through this report now.
This one is for all of theirs. It has
Right.
the two.
So starts,
It's a new one this year. It's not from the recent before.
yeah, we revised it from 2020, 2021. Starting on page 2 of the report, the capitalization rate represents a required acceptable rate of return on a real estate investment. The cap rate is influenced by 3 major items: the perceived risk associated with investment, income capacity, investor expectations for appreciation, and the required returns in other investment vehicles such as stocks, bonds, etc. Direct capitalization refers to the method of converting a property's income into a value indicator. The formula for direct capitalization is as follows: net operating income divided by overall capitalization rate equals value. The following quotes are from Chapter 22 of the Appraisal of Real Estate. Direct capitalization is a method used in the income approach to convert a single year's income expectancy into a value indication. Direct capitalization considers a stabilized first-year net operating income and processes that income into an indication of value by applying a capitalization rate. This cap rate is based on market behavior and adjusted for site-specific characteristics which may increase or reduce the risk of investment. location, age of improvements, etc. The more risk involved in maintaining the first year's income over the age life of the property, the higher the cap rate. And capitalization rates can be derived by a number of techniques, as shown there. On page 3, we'll look at the band of investment techniques. Band of investment technique method for deriving capitalization rates takes into account both the debt and equity component into account. Typically, the debt constitutes the majority, about 75% of the transaction price, and therefore the cost of money is a key component in the capitalization rate. However, the investor's equity capitalization rate, or rate of return on their investment, is also an important component. As you can see in the example below, we used 25% equity investment with a mortgage constant rate of 4% and investors' expected rate of return on equity of 14%. The cap rate determined as follows. And this is just an example of how this is determined. So 75% would be the mortgage, 4% would be the rate on that mortgage, plus the equity, which is 25% or what you put in, and 14%, which is the expected rate of return on your investment, equals a 6.5% cap rate. Between April 2014 and April 2016, mortgage rates did not fluctuate to the extent that they had in previous years. The Bank of Canada's benchmark interest rate has increased to approximately 75 basis points between April 1, 2016 and April 1, 2018. On page 4, the 5-year mortgage rates have also increased in this period from 2.39% to April 1, from 2.93% to April 16 to 2.99% in April 2018, an increase of 60 points. National capitalization rates have essentially leveled out by Q1 2018. The spread between 10-year Government of Canada bond yield increasing to over 2% for the first time since 2014, and the average national capitalization rate in Q1 2018 is 358 basis points. Based on the above, it would appear that the capitalization rates in Winnipeg will have ceased compression by Q1 2018 for the first time since the 2008 global financial crisis. A second important point in regards to the debt component of the band of investment technique is that REITs can typically obtain financing at lower rates than typical investors, often by approximately 50 basis points or more. The following financing allows the REITs to be more aggressive in acquisitions, resulting in lower capitalization rates, which may require adjustments. If you look at the 5-year historic discounted 5-year mortgage rates, you can see that since 2008, the trend had been a compression trend until recently in 2008 when the trend started to go up again. And by compression, we mean a downward compression. We're not talking about upward compression. Industrial properties apply in Winnipeg and adjacent areas. The following table provides more information about selected industrial parks in Winnipeg. As you can see in the first example, Murray Industrial Park, privately owned, developed by the City of Winnipeg, MP2 zoning, area is approximately 180 acres. Inkster Industrial Park, privately owned, originally developed by the City of Winnipeg, similar type of zoning, 600 acres. St. Boniface Industrial Park, City of Winnipeg, M2 zoning, 700 acres, and on and on. In addition to the above, and as of the reference date of April 1, 2018, it was known that significant development and expansion of industrial building space available was underway and would continue with ongoing development of Centerport Canada lands, offering more than 20,000 acres of high-quality industrial land and space for lease both within the City of Winnipeg and just outside of the city's boundaries. In fact, lands within Centerport, including the R and the roster, were being developed and sold as early as 2012, with development being buoyed by the construction of Centerport Canada Way, the $212 million interstate grade freeway funded by the province and Ottawa. On page 6, you can see the map of Centerport and how it encompasses the northwest sector of Winnipeg. Now, you can see also in black some of the boundaries of the city of Winnipeg. A lot of the Centerport industrial areas actually lie just outside of the city of Winnipeg in the RM of Rosser. On page 7, in addition to Centerport and known by the reference date, the service parks in the RM of Headingley and the RM of McDonald shown above came on market, or were known to be coming into market. So in the RM of Rosser, again, Brookport Business Park, 80 acres, serviced, yes. We have Brookside Industrial, again, this is part of Centerport, 150 acres, all serviced. RM of Headingley Business Park, 225 acres, all serviced. And the RM of McDonald South Landing Business Park, 100 acres, serviced for a total of 555 acres. Just southwest of Winnipeg in the RM of McDonald, the industrial development known as South Landing was nearly sold out after only 3 years on the market. The 555 acres above represent an increase of about 25% in industrial land inventory, with another 170 acres known to be coming in 2019. This does not include consideration of the RM of West St. Paul and the RM of Springfield, which are considered inferior. Over the 4 to 5 years preceding the reference, only roughly 1/3 of new industrial land in the capital region was developed within Winnipeg's boundary. The development and availability of newer industrial stock would pose an additional risk to industrial investments across the city of Winnipeg, and in particular in older industrial properties. The next page over on page 8, we're dealing with industrial vacancy. The inventory and vacancy, according to the 2017 year-end Johnson report, there are roughly 78 million square feet of industrial building inventory in Winnipeg, of which approximately 2.3 million square feet are vacant. And here's the breakdown here. According to this, the manufacturing sector is the largest at just over 28 million. The investment sector is next at 27 million. Warehouse sector is just over 19 million, and the service sector is at about 3.6 million, for a total of 78,256,812 square feet of industrial space. Again, as evident in the table above, Winnipeg's industrial inventory is dominated by the manufacturing sector and investment categories, followed by the warehouse and service categories. The 2.3 million square feet of vacant industrial space in Winnipeg includes buildings for sale as well as for lease. Industrial vacancy rates for all of Winnipeg for the last 10 years are as follows. So we can see that the trend is fairly stable. It ranges between 2.1 and about 3.1%. As the preceding table indicates, vacancy levels for all types of industrial buildings, including owner-occupied, across Winnipeg have been relatively stable for the last 10 years, fluctuating as low as 2.2% to as high as 3.2%. As of December 2017, the rate at the higher end of the range is with a vacancy level of 3%. Now, the investment sector is one of the sectors that we particularly look at. Industrial properties can be further analyzed by studying the investment inventory and vacancy rates. Investment properties are those that are non-owner occupied buildings and can be either single or multi-tenant buildings. The investment property inventory comprises of 27.3 million square feet, most of which is situated within a number of industrial parks as follows. Of the approximately 27.3 million square feet of investment inventory, single-tenant buildings account for 9.4 million square feet, roughly 35%, and multi-tenant properties account for 17.8 million square feet, roughly 65%. Investment vacancy rates for single and multi-tenancy buildings vary quite dramatically. Vacancy rates for single-tenancy buildings were lower than for multi-tenancy buildings until 2015, when the trend reversed and single-tenancy buildings experiencing the higher vacancy rates. Single tenancy vacancy rates in a given district can jump dramatically when one or two large buildings become vacant in 1 year. And here you can see this very same trend in the first chart. And again, the first chart on page 9, the two charts at the very bottom. The first one is single tenant investment vacancy rates. So you can see how from 2008 at 4.9, it jumps all the way to 8.7 in 2017. And again, this is emphasizing that point that one or two vacancies can have a great effect on the overall vacancy rate of single tenant investment properties. Year-end industrial multi-tenant investment vacancy rates, you can see here that the trend is slightly different. So we started in 2008 at 8.4, in 2017 we're at 6.7%. So as evidenced in the table above, the city overall experienced single tenants investment vacancy rates from 3.1 to 8.7%, and multi-tenant investment properties from 5.8 to 8.4 as of December 2017. The rate is at the higher end of the range. Vacancy loss and collection. I'm going to take you through this definition because again, we think that this is very important to this presentation. Vacancy and collection loss is defined as an allowance for reductions in gross potential income attributable to projected vacancy, physical or economic, and potential collection loss considerations. Vacancy is an expected loss in income as a result of periodic vacant space attributable to unrented space and tenant turnover. Credit loss considers non-payment of rent and can consider units rented at below market rents, also known as lag vacancy. Vacancy and collection loss is usually estimated on a property-specific basis as part of the reconstructed operating statement and income capitalization approach, and applied as a percentage to potential gross income or as a percentage of rentable area of the property. May also refer to a study of vacancy and collection loss in a defined market or a submarket. So again, stated simply, a vacancy allowance is a deduction from the potential gross income for typical vacancy and collection losses, assuming current market conditions and typical management. Vacancy losses are best described as an allowance for vacant space. Collection losses are considered unpaid rents that the landlord is unlikely to recover. That is an important difference. These allowances are typically expressed and applied as a percentage of potential gross income. Factors such as historical and current market vacancy conditions will typically be reflected in a vacancy allowance. So the recorded vacancy rate for industrial buildings in Winnipeg overall, including owner-occupied, was 3%, as evident in the table before, not above, and averaged 6.35% over the past 10 years, and multi-tenant investment vacancy rates from 5.8% to 8.4%, with an average of 77.2% over the last 10 years. It is also necessary to deduct an additional amount for collection loss, whether through rent unpaid and not collected, or through a collection expense required to recover unpaid rent to accurately reflect a loss in income experienced in the market. Considering the market vacancy rates, we have generally applied a vacancy and bad debt allowance of 4% of the income streams of the capitalization rate comparables. In considering a property on a site-specific basis, given the varying vacancy rates by district or by a property's operating experience, an adjustment may be necessary to this rate. On page 11, we can see the capitalization rates provided by the brokerage firms. We have single A here by Colliers, quote Q1 16 at 6% to 7%. In Q1 2018, that rate has increased to 6.25 to 7.25. So the trend has not been a compression downward, according to Colliers. In multi-B, 6.25 to 7.25%. Again, this is 6.5% in Q1 18 to 7.25%. So as you can see, there is no compression downward there. Those properties classified as simple Class A, CBRE has noted this again, this is actually Q1 2016. 6.5% to 7.25 in Q1 16. In Q1 18, it's 6.50 to 7.25. And again, here we see the trend, which is no compression. Now, Cushman Wakefield, we don't have a Q1 16 for them, we only have the Q1 18 for them, 6.5 to 7%, 7 to 7.75%. And we also have a category categorized as industrial modern. We have no other information other than what was reported in 09-15, which is 6.75 to 7.25. The important categories are the ones that we've seen here, single A, single B, A, and B, which are showing no compression. This is different from what the city of Winnipeg has reported. So, the capitalization rate studies provided by Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman & Wakefield were considered. Light weight should be placed on these rates as they are quite general for each market across Canada and not necessarily based on the same methodology or NOI calculations as used by the city assessor. Further, the Colliers study typically is based on sales of top quality investment grade assets only and typically include closing costs, which by their own estimate may deduct 25 basis points from each capitalization rate derived. However, the studies do provide guidance on the compression of rates for various types of properties between the reference dates. This is what I was referring to, is that trend here is that you're not seeing any type of compression on these rates. Colliers Q1 2018 cap rate states, early in 2018, demand for good quality investment properties in Winnipeg continues to be strong. Some investors are waiting to see the effects of rising interest rates on cap rates before entering the market. If cap rates do increase due to interest rate increases, it's expected that the multifamily sector will be first impacted due to this sector having the lowest spread, cap rate minus interest rate relative to the retail, office, and industrial sectors. Cap rates for most industrial transactions are currently between 6.5% and 7.0%. Of note is the anticipated trend shown in each of the above reports is the stable or flat cap rates. Colliers categorizes Winnipeg as secondary market. Colliers benchmark definitions for industrial product weight. Class A product with a single tenant property with single tenant properties of between 50,000 square feet and 100,000 square feet with an average lease duration of 10 years. Class B products described as multi-tenant properties of between 25,000 and 100,000 square feet with average lease durations of between 6 to 10 years. A and B class industrial buildings include investment grade covenant strength in the benchmark definition. CBRE North American cap study survey Q1 2018 shows no change in the H2 2016 industrial cap rates. I believe that's Q2 of 6% to 6.5% for Class A assets and 6.5 to 7.25% for Class B assets. CBRE also classifies Winnipeg as a Tier 3 location. Class A properties are best of class product, while Class B buildings are older products. Given these respective definitions, it is clear that there would be many industrial properties in Winnipeg that would be considered as inferior to those in the Class B category, and only very few properties would be considered Class A. As has been noted by several industrial brokers and investors, Winnipeg's industrial real estate market is often viewed as under demolished. The Cushman & Wakefield Q1 18 shows rate of 6.50 to 7.7% for Class A assets and 7% to 7.75 for Class B assets. September 2015 investment digest shows a cap rate range between 6.75 and 7.25 for industrial modern. Now, the city applied capitalization rates in 2018-2019. The city provided no rationale for the capitalization rates applied, stating that only capitalization rates for the sold properties are calculated by dividing the model-generated net operating income estimates by sale prices that are time adjusted to April 1, 2016. Analysis of these rates results in the model capitalization rates ranging between 5.50% and 9.5%. Capitalization rates for most properties ranging from 6% to 7.5%. In many instances, and based on relevant evidence at the time, Altus was of the opinion that the city's cap rate required an upward adjustment. The board concurred in many instances. And in 2020-2021, the 2020 mass appraisal model again provides no rationale for capitalization of rates applied, stating only that for commercial property, capitalization rates for the sold properties are calculated by dividing model generated net operating income estimates by sale prices that are time adjusted to April 1, 2018. And again, these capitalization rates for most properties range between 6.34 to 7.0%, 7.80%, 20th and 80th percentiles. This supports the conclusion that there has not been a compression in capitalization rates up to the April 1, 2018 reference date. We have several sales here that we've looked at on page 13. Now, our rates range between 6.36 and 9.31%. Now, the first property at Debates Avenue with an effective age of 1990, 32,351 square feet, 24-foot wall height, sale date of May 4th, 2017, 3.51 million. Sold for $108.5 a square foot and a 6.5% cap rate. And you can take a look at the rest of these. The summary of interest industrial capitalization rates, Altus Group position. The conclusion from the data review indicates no capitalization rate compression or lower cap rates for the April 1, 2018 reference date as compared to the April 1, 2016 reference date. Based on the foregoing industrial cap rate indicators and having regard also to the published capitalization rates mentioned above, Altus Group concludes that the highest best quality product would attract a capitalization rate either unchanged or within a minimal capitalization rate compression from previous indicators. There are also very few investment grade A properties in Winnipeg, with most industrial properties being considered below average in terms of brokers' rating. Based on the foregoing, Altus Group submits the following capitalization rates be applied based on the indicators as of April 1, 2018 reference date. So investment grade A and B properties. A properties, the cap rates should range between 6.25% and 7.7%. Investment grade B properties should range between 7% and 7.75%. And non-investment grade properties should start at 8% and above. Specific adjustments to the capitalization rates may be provided based on further risk, such as lower wall heights, single tenant buildings, lower land to building ratios, loading problems, etc. And further, we can see the actual properties that we've looked at in the chart. You can see the first one is Debate Street. Have a look at those. And from page 25 to the end, or 25 to 27, or 21 to 27, we have the actual workups that we've done on these properties. So we've made our own adjustments on these properties and come up with a capitalization rate. This is a detailed explanation of exactly how we've done it and why we've rationalized what we have in our chart, saying that we have industrial class A, B, and non-investment grade properties. So this is, again, strikingly different than what the city of Winnipeg has provided. Again, there is no rationale in their approach. And I am open to questions.
You're first. Susan.
Okay, so obviously lots of questions, we covered a lot of ground. But Carrie Reimer is supposed to be coming in to talk about
Yes.
another aspect of this.
Yeah.
which I prepared for that as well, so I'm not too sure how we want to go about the questioning. If you want me to just focus on the brief and the capitalization rate report?
I think ask any questions, if there's any questions that Mr. Bill thinks that Mr. Weimer has to answer, I think they'll be stepped down until he gets here.
Okay.
That sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll start with the capitalization rate report then, since we just finished off on it. It's fresh in everybody's mind. So looking at your page 13, these are the actual sales that Altus calculated the capitalization rates for?
That's right.
Okay. And Altus denotes some categories. They have A, B, and non-investment grade. These are Altus's definitions?
These are Altus's definitions.
Okay. So are all these sales here for capitalization rate studies, are these considered non-investment grade?
As it mentions here, there are very few investment grade properties in Winnipeg and very few investment grade properties that are sold.
Okay,
So-
so are these investment grade properties?
So these would largely fit into the category B and non-investment grade properties.
Okay. So you have non-investment grade properties 8% plus, but your own calculations of cap rates have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 7 under non-investment grade.
So I believe what we said was that they fall into investment grade property, investment grade B,
Oh, investment grade B,
and
okay.
non-investment grade.
And non-investment.
Yeah.
So, but
There's some that fall below that even. I mean, there's some 6.94s, 6.94s, 6.36, 6.50s.
well, I guess I'm saying they're all in the range of A though.
Yeah, but again, we've defined mainly what we're looking at here, if you take a look at the pictures, are what we believe to be investment grade B properties. Now, the investment grade A properties are the high ceilings, the newer properties, the flex warehouses that have been built recently, larger square footages, larger land to building ratios, better access, better egress, more functional loading areas. I would say that some of these don't fall into the investment grade A property area, category.
I think that's the point I'm
Yeah.
trying to get to, is that you're stating that these are the attributes, like lower wall height, 100,000 square feet, single tenant, low land to building ratio, loading problems, and all these, there's 100,000 square foot, 256,000 square foot one, 83,000 square foot one. They're all very large, they have lower wall heights per se compared to newer buildings, and yet they all still fall into your investment category A, except for 2 properties. Or actually, there's the slate portfolio, which is many properties.
Yeah. Well, again, some of them are falling close to that range, right?
Yep.
6.94 is almost at 7%. So, yeah, I take your point that there are some properties that fall out of this category. However, these categories we feel fairly comfortable in.
When calculating capitalization rates, do you filter out properties that are, say, like related parties or multi-rolls? Do you only use ones that aren't related, that aren't multi-rolls? Correct? So the slate portfolio though is understood to be like multi-rolls.
The slate portfolio is an entire portfolio, I believe, of around 9 properties.
And did you guys calculate the capitalization rate for the slate portfolio? Did you have all the information for it?
Slate is one of our clients, so yes, we were able to get the information from Slate and calculate it.
So you were able to break down every single property in the slate portfolio?
Essentially, yes.
Did you supply that information?
We don't have that information here, I believe.
So, and you don't use capitalization rates if parties are related? You won't use them if a party?
Well, we wouldn't, if parties are related, we wouldn't view that as an actual sale.
The Richard Avenue one, would that be 1385 Richard Avenue?
don't have the street number on that.
Okay. Well, from my research, from what I look like, it seems like that's 1385 Richard Avenue, which sold as related parties. The vendor and the purchaser are both related. Would you disagree with that?
I don't have that information, do you?
I do, I have the title search between the parties and the sale.
Can you see that?
Sure.
You just have to work on it.
I just have the one copy. If that is indeed the property, it is a related sale.
That's one who said that? Can I keep that?
I can't give you a firm answer as to whether it is or it isn't. In fact, I would have to go back and check my records to see whether it is the property.
That's all.
I've made note of it though, and we
Yeah.
will check it.
That's all my questions for the capitalization rate study. Moving on to the lease comparables on page, I guess there isn't a page number. Under market rents, on the Alta Street. So looking at your indices, number 3, you have it, this is 1093 Sherwin Avenue. Are you aware that there was a step up for this one on March 1st, 2018 for $3.15?
Okay,
So,
315. Okay.
and yeah, you already spoke to the step up of Sony Place at 422. I'm interested in your index number 5 there, the Furniture Park Road, because that's basically everything that's on appeal right now. And we know it's all owner occupied. I'm just questioning how there's a rent for it.
I believe 170 Furniture Park, the last building that we inspected,
Mm-hmm.
there was a rental property in the, remember the one property that had been occupied by Palliser because of the flood? The property next door was actually rented,
Okay.
and it wasn't Palliser.
It wasn't Palliser, so that would have been rented. So there was a rent, so I looked at 170, and there was a 1-year rent on it. And I'm correct on this, that rent was actually $5.73 a square foot, not the stated $4.15.
Is there a step up? Okay. Yeah, I don't know, this is what I had in my records.
Okay. Do we have a mailer that states, just double check here to make sure we're correct on this? I brought the incorrect mailer unfortunately, so I'll forget about that one. And then also on 630 Kernahan, you have it listed at $3.95 a square foot, but I believe, that might be incorrect. Where's the Papers everywhere. So Curran is a fairly large building with lots of different tenants in it, all of large square footages, so just basically going by the total leased area. Yeah, we have. So we have $8.15, which is quite a large discrepancy. And they're reporting very, very high recoveries as well. So, and they do list it as a net lease in the mailer here. So, I'm not 100% sure how there's such a wide gap between $3.95 and $8.15.
I would find $8.15 kind of high for a space this large.
And, you know, I wouldn't disagree with you, except for that it's just the utilities that they're, or the recoveries that they have are quite high. So I think that this rent is definitely in question to be used. What the actual rent is, it's hard to determine, but from what the mailer does state, it does state $8.15. So basically for the, yeah, that's all my questions for the lease comparables. Moving down to vacancy, you're asking for 4% vacancy,
Correct.
and this is an owner-occupied building. So do you agree that there is technically no vacancy in an owner-occupied building?
Well, we would always calculate some type of vacancy
Sure.
in any scenario.
Yeah. And where did you get your vacancy for?
Actually, I went through that in the cap rate report. I don't know if you caught it.
So that's for the,
Yeah.
that's for this as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you use the Johnson report?
Yes.
And did you allow for collection loss?
We've done that.
You have done that?
I
You
believe I
say-
explained in great
No,
detail
no, I'm
how we.
just going through it. There's a lot of information. So did you,
I can actually just review it for you if you
no,
want.
it's okay, I just have a few questions, it's fine. And doing your collection loss, you guys stabilized it
Yes.
over how many years?
So generally, we're looking at, for example, 2008 to 2017, 2008 to 2017. So we're using quite a few years in terms of stabilization.
And did you supply that evidence on how you stabilized it? Did you show the calculations of it?
Yeah, no, I mean, we've explained how we've done it in exactly the report.
Okay, those are all my questions, aside from the non-recoverable expenses, which
Mr.
apparently.
Yeah, I will wait to.
Okay.
So, Rupert, any questions of the applicant?
No, I don't think so.
Isn't that it?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, so I'm looking at a few things. Number one is, I think that the best comparable, obviously, is the Furniture Park property, which is very close in proximity to the subject property we're dealing with.
I would say, depending on which one it is, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, which we inspected together.
Since it's your evidence, I'm hoping that it is.
Yeah,
Yeah. but
then
we- If we
I
don't
would
know,
say-
then
I
then
would-
it's helpful as I think it might be.
I would say that it has a larger component of office space in it. So for that reason, it might be slightly higher.
But both these buildings are basically industrial buildings, so the office space to actual
Now,
industrial space.
50 and 80 Furniture Park have much less office space, and what I would deem office space is office space in an industrial building, not actual dedicated office space. So we have two buildings here that have dedicated office space, so that would be 170 Furniture Park
Okay.
and Lexington Park, which is, has a very large office component in it, as we'll see later on. 50 Furniture Park has very minimal office space in it.
And I think that's the most okay. So you're saying that it's not a good comparable because there's a lot more office space?
Sure. we have to make adjustments for certain things. I mean,
And how much-
I've made adjustments for location.
Okay, and if you were to attribute a cost for the office space, and we're gonna meld the two by mixing and getting a happy medium, how much is the office space worth per foot? And how much more is there? Because I'm trying to use your material to
Yeah,
arrive at a calculation that is,
we were looking specifically at office
Okay.
tenancies, but they were, I mean, office tenancies tend to be slightly higher, especially, I mean, even in industrial buildings, when they have dedicated office space, it tends to be a higher rate.
okay.
Whereas our
You can't tell me how much, but you're saying it is higher.
It is higher.
Okay. Okay, next thing is, I'm looking at your capitalization examples, and they're all properties that you say are at least Bs, and you indicate on it all the cap rates that they sold for. Of them all, only two are higher than the 7% cities used, and arriving at the cap rate on your property is we're dealing with today.
Yeah,
So technically, 5 of them have lower cap rates, and 2 have higher than what the cities used.
well, I think a lot of the cap rate report is coming to the final conclusion, which is that it's trying to say that there essentially has been no compression in cap rates.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if that's the case or not. I know that people investing now are accepting lower rates because, you know, there are decreases lately, at least, in the bank rates. And look at photographs. The highest cap rate you have is for your property on page 19. And I'm looking at the picture of that, and it looks to me like that's interior property. I don't think it's investable property.
Oh, that's,
Definitely not. That's the Richard property?
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
And I can see why that has a +9 cap rate on it.
yeah, yeah.
But that's not really comparable to the property we're dealing with today.
No, and again, the cap rate report comes with all of the properties.
I understand you're using it for everything you defend all year long this
Exactly,
year,
exactly.
but I'm trying again to use your examples
So,
to try to arrive
Richard
at.
property would
Yeah.
not be an investment.
Okay, so you're saying that all this, the only thing you're trying to do is you're gonna try to say that the city has lowered the cap rates from the last time, and they shouldn't have because cap rates haven't compressed.
Essentially.
That's what you're pursuing. Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Are we gonna go on to the next one and wait for Mr. Ryder to deal with all of it at the end?
Do you know where they are right now in terms of?
I don't, they're not rates.
Okay. Might be a good time for it. Okay, I guess we're next doing 80 Furniture Park.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, roll number is 040028135500, 80 Furniture Park Road. The roll year is 2020. The assessed value is $10,546,000. It's got a wall height of 22 feet. The effective year and actual year built are the same at 1998. The zoning is M2, general manufacturing. The land area is 121,315 square feet with a leasable area of 131,603. Move on to page 2, you can see that they are compliant. We'll take a look at the building itself on page 8. So you can see this building is a continuation of the previous building we just looked at 50 Furniture Park Road. It is directly attached to that building. You can walk from 50 Furniture Park Road into 80 Furniture Park Road. Page 9 just shows another view of it. This area also has some office space in the front as well. Turning to page 3, you can see the comparable leases. Again, they range from 95,997 square feet all the way up to 228,484 square feet. The rents range from $4.22 per square foot all the way up to $6.53 per square foot. The effective year ranges from 1968 all the way up to 1990, and the lease terms range from 2 years all the way up to 19 years. Turning to page 4, you can see we've taken the leasable area of 131,603 square feet. We applied a rent of $5.13 for a potential income of $675,123. We've applied a vacancy to that of 2.5%, expenses of 2%, and a shortfall of $3.75. We've applied a capitalization rate of 6% to the net operating income of $632,742 for an estimated value of $10,546,000. Carrying on to our capitalization rate study on page 6, you again can see that looking at the industrial cap rate that falls between the 20th and 80th percentile, 6.34 and 7.8. Page 7 is the Municipal Assessment Act. And then the mailer, of course, supplied by Palliser is on the back. We feel that this value is fair and equitable at $10,546,000 and should be confirmed.
Any questions? Success on this one?
Yeah. Referring to your capitalization rate, can you explain how you chose a 6.56% cap rate?
It's a model-driven rate. So the model came up with a 6% cap rate for this particular building, probably due mostly because of its age at 1998.
You have no other information to support this?
Just the chart on page 6.
Okay. And the comparables here, 1345 Redwood. Would that be Boeing again?
Correct.
Okay. So, again, you're unaware whether tenant improvements were made to this property when it changed from GM to Boeing?
Yeah, I'm unaware of, as we talked about before, Boeing probably did some renovations, whether they improved the property or the actual owner did, I'm not aware of.
Okay. And the other properties are almost consistent with what you had before. In terms of vacancy loss, Is there anything to support your figure of 2.5%?
Yeah, well, when we send out our income expense mailers, we have a portion of it that speaks to vacancy where it is filled out by the owner of the property. And from that, we are able to generate a model vacancy. So it is a model vacancy rate.
Specific to this area?
Yes, it is looked at in particular areas, but this one, again, model, smaller.
Okay, it's model driven. Okay. Those are my questions.
Any questions, Mr. Woodward?
Sorry, just bear with me for 1 minute. No.
Mr. Woodward, any questions?
I just wanted to verify you went through this property again? Mr.
Yes, yeah, we
Winston?
inspected it together.
And just curiosity, because I think you had stated you go from the building 50 furniture park into 80?
Yeah, you can walk through them. You can
So
enter
there's no
into,
doors,
you can
it's
enter
just-
into, sorry, any building, but just the way we did our inspection, we walked through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there an obvious difference between going from 50 to 80?
To be honest, I would say that there isn't an overall obvious difference. The office space is gonna be a little nicer in 80, but again, as we spoke about, it's not a big part of this building. You know, it's definitely newer, but it's a manufacturing building. It's quite similar to the other ones.
Okay, so there's office space in 80 also?
Yeah.
Okay, just curious why there's no photos?
Photos of the property during the inspection.
Yeah,
Well, the inspection happened last Friday and the briefs were already delivered.
okay.
So I guess I could have brought that into the rebuttal if you will.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
used to seeing.
So,
I-
sure.
You know, because there always seems to be emphasis on office space, so I'm just used to seeing photos,
I
that's
see,
all.
okay.
Can you describe the office space?
It's pretty typical office space. There's some offices with some cubicles. It's 2 floors.
Flood.
Was this one?
Flood.
Pardon me?
This one
Right,
flood.
this is one. So this one actually had a flood in it at the time, and it's currently, post-reference, but currently being renovated. So it should, by next cycle, it should be fully renovated. And
Is it being used currently?
not at the moment. They actually had to move the people from 80 over to 170? 170, yeah. So luckily Palliser owns all these buildings, so they're able to move people around, and they were able to move the people from 80 to 170 for the meantime while they renovated.
What was the cause of the flood?
That's a good question. I'm assuming a pipe broke. Would it be, it wasn't, it's definitely from
Upstairs.
from upstairs down, yeah, so,
And this was on the 80 side, though, that the pipe broke,
Yeah.
yeah.
not the older side. So there's a difference in wall height too?
Yeah, it's probably not very evident in these pictures, maybe a little bit on page 9, but you can kind of see there is a bit of a break in wall height between the 2 buildings there. So yeah, this one is 22 feet compared to the other one, which we had at 18 to 36. Yeah.
Okay, so, in your opinion though, with 22 for a wall height, would that not be considered inferior?
Inferior, I guess, to what? This is,
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of usable space.
well,
If they were.
to be honest, like, when we walked through it, it seemed the wall height was plenty high enough for them to do what they were doing. They were, especially in this particular building, I think this is the one where they were actually putting the furniture together. So they weren't stacking things all the way up the ceiling like you would see in a storage warehouse or a distribution warehouse. It's probably more the floor space that matters in this situation than the actual height, so.
That's all the questions, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions. You have
Questions?
questions?
Okay. The subject site is improved with a light manufacturing and industrial building built in 1998 with masonry wall construction and reported plan area of 119,978 square feet and a gross floor area of 131,603 square feet. The reported wall height is 22 feet. I believe has office space. Now, that said, the office space is actually, some of it is partially not being used because of this flood situation. So on the main level, there's a large area, in fact, most of the office area that's being reconstructed. It'll probably go on the roll sometime next year. Yeah. The subject property at 80 Furniture Park has a part of its building on its lot as well as some of the adjacent lot for 50 Furniture Park. So as you can see there, it's all one complex. You can walk through from one end to the other. The subject site is irregular in shape with a total size as recorded by the Assessment and Taxation Department of approximately 121,378 square feet or 2.8 acres with M2 industrial zoning. The land to building ratio is 1.01. I ask you to flip past the analysis section and go to the income approach value. So again, the rentable area is 131,603 square feet. Same area applied by the Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department. Again, the market rents are no different than the ones we've used in the previous situation for 50 Furniture Park. So I won't go through them. I'll just say that we made an upward adjustment to $4 per square foot overall. And that adjustment was made because of there is slightly more office space in this location. Vacancy, we've remained at 4%, just like we did at 50 Furniture Park. Shortfall at $3.75, which is the same shortfall rate used by the City of Winnipeg. Non-recoverable expenses, again, Altus Group is continuing to apply an allowance of 7% of effective market income in our evaluation of this subject. This allowance is based on a standard allowance of 2% as structural allowance and 5% as stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses that arise in the competent management and operation of the property. We would refer to the board to the detailed submission attached to this brief concerning these allowances. And again, this would be spoken to by Mr. Reimer shortly. The capitalization rate for this property that we've applied is 7% as opposed to the 6% applied by the city. And the next page over, you can see the income summary. The value that we are looking at is $6,432,000. And next we have, in the appendix, we have property summary and the city assessment value. And the capitalization rate, you can see in 2018 was, or 2020 is 6%. And the next page over, we have the 2018 property assessment on there. Open to questions then.
Any questions?
Well, since it's the same comparable leases, the same cap rate evidence which we've already covered previously, and other than waiting for Mr. Reimer for the non-recoverable part, I don't have any questions at this point.
Okay. Mr. Rupert, any questions of the applicant?
Nope.
Mr. Leclerc? And neither do I don't have any questions.
No.
So let's move on. Okay. Looks like 170 Furniture Park Road.
So roll number 040028670001 170 Furniture Park Road. The assessed value is $10,656,000. The actual year built ranges from 1979 to 1987. The wall heights range from 9 feet to 20 feet. The zoning is M2, manufacturing general. The land area is 263,577 with a gross floor area of 138,060 square feet for a land to plan of 2.04. Turning to page, the pictures here on page 8. So you can see this property is not connected to the other ones. 80 Furniture Park Road is across the parking lot from this one, so this one stands on its own. It does have some office space, which we alluded to before, which would be why there's that 9-foot wall height in there. The people from 80 were moved over to 170 during the flood, so that's where they are right now, using that office space. Page 3, it's a lot of the same comparable leases. Again, they range from 228,848 square feet all the way down to 95,997 square feet. The terms range from 2 years to 19 years, and the rents range from $422 all the way up to $653. We've applied a blended rate here to get a potential rent of $738,382. This property is interesting in the sense that it's broken up into different areas for leasable area, because they currently have a tenant in there taking up, I'm not exactly sure the square footage, and they also use off 2 different portions for Palliser. Palliser is sister companies that are in there as well. I wouldn't say there's devising walls in this space, but they do sort of have fenced off areas for themselves. So, yeah, it's a bit of a difficult building in that sense to get an idea of the exact layout. Nonetheless, this is how the city has broken it up. I would say we're gonna have to go back in there after inspecting it and probably change how the leasable area is broken up. That being said, we have a potential rent of 738,382 square feet for, we apply 2.5% vacancy to this one. 2% expenses and $3.75 shortfall to it for a net operating income of $692,638. Apply that to capitalization rate of 6.5%, and we have an estimated value of $10,656,000. Again, page 6 is our capitalization rate study, and it falls within the 20th and the 30th percentile. Page 7 is the Manitoba Municipal Assessment Act excerpt. And then again, the mailer's on the back, page 10 to 13. So we feel this assessed value is fair and equitable and should be confirmed at $10,656,000.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, regarding the vacancy rate of the property, we both walked through it. We were told that some of the space was being currently occupied by Palliser itself, moving people from 80 Furniture Park to this location. Otherwise, that location would be vacant, would it not?
Unless they decide to lease it out to somebody else.
But it was vacant, if not for the flood. right?
They had, I guess, yeah, they definitely had space to move people there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of the capitalization rate that you've chosen, this has a lower capitalization rate than on all of the properties that we've looked at so far, correct?
Was it lower than the one we just?
No, what was 6%?
6%.
6%.
It's in the middle of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. No further questions then?
Any questions, Mr. Newkirk?
I'm looking at the variances in the rent,
Mhm.
and looking at 487, 677. Relatively small space for $6.77.
I believe that would be the office space, so it would be a little higher.
That was going to be my question.
Yeah.
So the office is likely the 8,600 square feet. Do you know which component is the people moved from 80,000?
That would be the component, the office component, that's where they're working.
They were only office employees
Yeah.
then? So, following the applicant's line of thinking, that might be the vacancy if they weren't there.
Yeah.
Trying to understand that.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you. No questions.
Mr. Newkirk, any questions?
Yeah, you may have answered this already, but page 3 on your brief, the rent comparables,
Mhm.
is there office space in all of those?
They all have some degree of office space, but not maybe compared to the 9,000 square feet that this one has.
Okay. Do you have a chance to go through your rent comparables? to
I have
visit
not,
them?
no, I have not had a chance to inspect them.
Can you tell me what is going on in all of the rent comparables?
Like the types of companies that are?
Right.
Well, we know that Redwood is obviously Boeing,
Boeing,
that
right.
we spoke about. Inkster is a distribution company. Keewatin, I'm not too sure what kind of company it is. They're called Brock White Canada Company. McLeod is a wood, basically a wood company. They manufacture wood products and stuff like that. And then Sony is, they brew alcohol, beer.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, no questions?
If you turn to page 2, you can see some pictures of the subject property. And over on page 3, we have property description. The subject property located at 170 Furniture Park in the city of Winnipeg is an industrial property fronting the south side of Furniture Park, formerly Vulcan Avenue. Again, a privately owned street purchased from the city of Winnipeg some years ago with the side on Brunswick Street. The subject site is improved with a light manufacturing industrial building constructed over 2 years as follows. And you can see here the different buildings, 1, 2, and 3. The ceiling height of the office area is 9 feet and the warehouse area is 20 feet. The subject site as recorded by the assessment department is 263,700 square feet with M2 zoning. The subject is one of 3 properties on Furniture Park owned by Palliser, the others being 50 and 80, and fronting on a private street owned by Palliser. The properties north of Furniture Park owned by DeFair Furniture also share the private street. The street has a nominal assessment of $885. The property at 170 Furniture Park has a low land-to-building ratio. The land-to-building ratio based on the building footprint is approximately 1.91. The subject property is located on the west side of Beverly Street, south of the Notre Dame Avenue of Beverly Street intersection in Winnipeg Area 2. The improvement is a 2.5-story structure built in 1970 and is presently being used as a multi-family residential building. The site size, according to the City of Winnipeg Property Assessment Taxation Department, is 11,638 square feet and zoned R2. Subject property has a total of 26 Subject property has a total of 26 one-bedroom units. There are 17 parking stalls. Okay. If you turn to page 7, the market rent for the property has been valued by the Assessment and Taxation Department at a blended April 1, 2018 market rent of $5.37 per square foot. As you can see in our presentation, we've actually have a rent that's slightly higher than that. In terms of vacancy, we are not accepting the assessment vacancy allowance of 4%. Instead, we ask for 15% vacancy. And you can see the vacancy by year. 2016 was 45%, 2017, 17%. That continued onwards until the space was occupied by Palliser itself because of the flood issue that we mentioned in 80 Furniture Park. However, we still view that space as being vacant. The shortfall rate is $3.75. That is the rate suggested by the City of Winnipeg as well. And again, in terms of non-recoverable expenses, Altus Group is continuing to apply an allowance of 7% of effective market income in our valuation of the subject. This allowance is based upon a standard allowance of 2% as a structural allowance and 5% as stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses that arise in the constant management and operation of the property. We would refer the board to the detailed submission attached to this brief concerning these allowances. In terms of capitalization rate, we've gone with a capitalization rate of 7%. We feel that that capitalization rate better reflects the age of the property. In terms of building age, again, we have an age of 1981. Leasable area is 137,390 square feet. This is on page 9. The gross is 772,914. We've applied a 15% vacancy to this. 7% for non-recovered expenses, $3.75 shortfall rate, giving us a net operating income of $533,707, to which we applied a 7% cap rate, which gives us an overall value of $7,624,380. So the current 2020 assessment is $10,656,000. We ask that that be reduced to $7,624,000. And I'm open to questions.
Okay, questions?
Just some questions just about the vacancy. You list 2017 and 2016 of having higher vacancy, 45% and 17%. Would that be, basically what I'm asking, is that like a normal way to look at vacancy? Because in your cap rate report, when you guys looked at vacancy, you looked at a horizon of 10 years to count with your average, but here you're only using 10 years. Would it not be better to look back at this building and see if there was any vacancy later on, other than just the 10 years?
So we look at this building slightly differently than the other two, because the other two are what we would, classify as single tenant occupancies. So those we would apply a standardized vacancy rate, which is the vacancy rate that we explained in the capitalization rate. So we rationalize this 4% vacancy rate for this one. This is a multi-tenanted building. There are some tenancies by Palliser, but there are also some external tenancies. And there was also a significant amount of vacant space overall. To this, again, we've documented that at 45%, 17%. This space, even though it's still being occupied by Palliser because of the flood situation, effectively, that space we view as still being vacant. And it continues on until whenever they decide to leave, probably next year.
So Palliser is occupying the office part of the building when they move them over.
Correct.
And what would you say the square footage of the office portion is?
Well, again, we're going strictly by the amount that we've been, that we've documented. Unless, I don't know what that section, I don't
Basically,
exactly.
I'm asking, is that 45% of the building?
No, no,
Okay.
no, it's likely closer to 15%.
The other question, so I also looked at some mailers that they sent in for Furniture Park Road, and they've never stated any vacancy in the building. Do you think that is because Palliser owns the building, they occupy every building on Furniture Park Road, so basically that building can be used by them whenever they need it, like they're doing now?
From what I understand of that situation is that there is tenant space available in that building. It just happened that for that one particular reason, they were able to utilize that space when the other space became unusable. It was simply a chance occurrence, but otherwise that space would have been vacant and available for lease.
Okay, that's all my questions.
So, any questions of the applicant?
Coming back to that similar point in terms of the tenancy and square footage used by the tenants, and then coming back to something we noticed on page 3 of the applicant's submission, bottom 2 paragraphs. Looking at this residential, multifamily residential building, is that outside the scope of this?
Yes.
Where is that?
I don't believe that's actually included in this. We're just valuing the industrial.
The site size, according to the city of Winnipeg, is 11,638 square feet in zone R2. Total of 26 one-bedroom units. There are 17 parking stalls. And it only references the property at 170 Furniture Park. I'm missing something here. Would these be residences built inside that building for workers who may be coming
No,
to Canada?
no. I believe that it's separate. We walked through the entire industrial building. In fact, there were no residences on site. It could very well be also that this is just a typo and was part of a different reason.
Quite a large
Okay.
typo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so ignore that whole 2 paragraphs?
Yeah.
It looks to me like maybe a secretary can take something out of a previous report that was used as a precedent.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
None for me?
No? Okay. Mr. Leclerc, any questions?
yes. How many people are we talking that got moved?
I can't quantify the number of people. It was an entire floor.
I don't know the exact number of people, but they were spread out over 2 floors.
Okay. And normally this space would be vacant?
It was vacant and available for lease, and it just happened that because of this flood, they had to look for a place to move these people, and it just happened that the space was available to them. But otherwise, we think of this space as being vacant.
So was it actually being advertised?
I'm not sure about that 100%. I was told that it was vacant and available, but whether it was advertised, I have no advertisements to actually prove that.
That's all my questions, thank you.
Okay, I guess my question is the same venue. You know if the property was ever rented?
If the property was ever rented?
Yes. Was it ever rented to anybody who wasn't Palliser?
It's currently being rented to someone.
Before then, but you're claiming, yeah, right now, we're dealing with, you were saying vacancy factor you're asking for, and it's currently rented. What I'm asking for is, historically, you know if it was ever rented before?
I can't speak to previous to the last reassessment, or prior to the last reassessment. The last reassessment, I believe it was, but before that, I'm not sure.
Okay, so I guess I'm not sure with the answer to my question. So historically, are you saying this property has been rented to other tenants who are not Palliser?
Yeah,
Ever?
historically, I think this
Before.
has been a multi-tenant.
You're saying you think, but you know.
No, that's not 100%. It currently is multi-tenant.
Okay, because I just wondered, because
Yeah.
50% vacancy factor is a lot larger than the city has, proclaimed, and it's a lot larger even than the 4% you've asked for in the other two properties. So, I'm trying to see where you're justifying it. That's why I'm asking the question. Okay, thanks. That's it. So, we next have 90 Lexington Park. Is that it? You ready?
The roll number is 040071411600, 90 Lexington Park. The assessed value is $21,420,000. The actual year builds range between 1998 and 2000. The wall height is 30 feet and the zoning is M1 for manufacturing light. The land area is 1,918,629 square feet. The gross floor area is 245,864 square feet for a land to plan of 9.22. Turning to page 9, you can get an idea of what the property looks like. It's quite a large property, but it's spread over obviously a large area. You have access from Gateway down Lexington Lexington Park Road. You also have access slightly to the rear behind the building to the right. There seems to be a road that they use there. You can see it better on page 9. So the access is to the back. Again, page 10 just gives you another view of the property. Again, the property are two separate buildings. They're 70 and 90. You can see that on page 10. We're only doing the 90 portion, not the 70. The 90 portion does have some offices in it, upstairs and down, but the majority of the building is used for manufacturing. Turning to page 3, you can see my lease comparables. Again, they're very similar to what were used before. They range from 228,484 square feet to 100,285 square feet. Wall heights range from 34 down to 22, and the effective years built range from 2001 on the high end and 1968 on the low end. And the lease terms range from 3 years all the way up to 19 years. Again, we are also adding an additional land value to this property. So on page 4, you can see the land comparable sales. There's 3 comparables, and then you see subject on the far right side. The land area of the comparables are 690,456 square feet for comparable 1. Comparable 2 is 523,314 square feet, and comparable 3 is 319,276 square feet. And we're applying 935,175 square feet for the additional land value. We are applying a $3.93 per square foot, and the comparables have $3.80, $3.63 up to $6.89 per square foot. So turning to the page 5, you can see the workup. We have it broken up into office and the manufacturing manufacturing park, so at 233,139 square feet, we have it $4.52 per square foot. In the office portion, we have a 12,725 square feet at $6.66. Gives us a potential rent of $1,138,537. We then are taking a vacancy loss of 2.5%, expenses of 2%, and a cap rate of 6%. Apply to the net operating income for a capitalization value of so capitalized at $17,747,000. And then when you apply the additional land value of $3,673,000, you get an estimated value of $21,420,000. Again, page 7 is the capitalization rates. Page 8 is the municipal assessment acts, and the mailers on the back, page 12, 13, and 14. We believe the assessment at $21,420,000 is fair and equitable and should be confirmed.
Okay, any questions?
Regarding your capitalization rate, again, you don't have any other supplementary information on how this was, it was model driven as well?
Model driven, just what we have on page 7.
Okay. And these are similar comparisons that we've used?
I'd say all above maybe 200 Bayesian Avenue.
Okay, okay. So we've gone over this a few times already. In terms of the vacancy loss, again, this is particular to this area?
It's model driven, so.
Model driven, okay. Those are my questions.
Any questions, Mr. McLeod?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Mr. McLeod, any questions?
Yeah, did you have a chance to go through this property?
Yes, we walked through this property as well.
I'm not familiar, Lexington Park is where?
It's, if you just look, basically it's 2 streets over from the furniture park that we're looking at,
Okay.
so.
Sorry, and what is taking place in this building?
Again, it's pallet
Straight?
wood, it's manufactured.
Straight manufacturing?
Yeah,
The
and-
wall height of 30, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they do, they also have, they distribute from here as well, so again, they stack really high up, they have a ton of furniture stacked up to the ceilings and, I guess scaffolding and stuff like that, so.
And there's no office?
Well, there's office, yeah, as mentioned,
Oh,
yeah, I
sorry.
mentioned office, yeah, as you can see, if you look at the, on page 5 here, you can see the
yeah.
breakup between the office and the warehouse.
Okay. And do you know, because I think you've just added Bayesian Avenue?
Yep. So I wanted to add a newer building with a high square footage, so along lease term, shows the rent.
Do you know what takes place there?
It's a packaging facility, so distribution packaging.
Thank you, that's all my questions.
No questions?
I can go?
You can go.
Okay.
Sorry.
If you turn to the property description, please. So the property at 90 Lexington Park, it's a 1-story, part steel frame and part metal frame structure that is best described as a single-tenant light manufacturing industrial facility. The subject property is located on the south side of Lexington Park, east of Gateway Road, just south of Springfield Road. It has a poor location with no exposure to traffic and is near the rear of a small industrial area. The structures were developed in two sections. The first was built in 1998, steel frame construction with a plan area of 104,426 square feet and a gross floor area of 118,364 square feet. The recorded wall height is 30 feet. The second area was built in 2000 of steel frame construction with a plan area of 103,750 square feet and a gross floor area of 127,500 square feet. The reported wall height is 30 feet. The office finish is very unconventional. It is an industrial motif with a low level of finish. The reception area has an elevator encased with unpainted concrete block. One half of the offices have unfinished ceiling. A large portion occupied by EQ3, a brand of Palliser, has unfinished ceiling as well as concrete floor in hallways, cubicles, and open areas. The enclosed office in EQ3 have hardwood floor and part concrete floor. The main floor has exterior office windows below the office mezzanine area, but has mainly manufacturing areas rather than office. Subject site is irregular in shape with a total size as recorded by the assessment department of approximately 1,916,648 square feet, plus or minus 44 acres with M1 zoning. We understand that the city has calculated the size of the surplus lands of 933,184 square feet. A deduction must also be made for the removal of the assessed value for access over a set of roll number of 1231 Brunswick Street. Next page over, you can see the overhead map and a bird's eye view on the following page. We can jump to the section of market rent with the blue chart. And as you can see, the rent that we've selected is slightly above the assessor's rent, so there really is no issue with the rent applied. The vacancy rate, as we've also said previously, we've selected a vacancy of 4%, which we've explained. Shortfall of $303.75 per square foot. And again, with unrecovered expenses, Mr. Reimer will get into that soon. The capitalization rate that the city has applied is a 6% capitalization rate. Based on our Altus Group study, we conclude the capitalization rate of 7% accurately reflects the market value for the subject. The excess land, we understand the city has applied surplus lands, an added value of $3,673,000. For the purposes of the adjustment, this is not disputed. And also, there is access and egress to the subject. Access and egress to the subject property is in part over a separately assessed parcel at 1231 Brunswick Street. A deduction must also be made for the removal of the assessed value of $297,000 for this roll number. So if you see the difference in excess land value that the city has provided, we've gone with this excess land value, but we've also removed $297,000, again, for the removal of the access and egress on the subject parcel that we've noted here. Starting from the beginning, we have a leasable area of 245,864,000. Gross of 1,167,854,000. We've applied a 4% vacancy to this, 7% non-recoverable expenses, $3.75 shortfall, and to this we have a net operating income of $1,005,780. To this we've applied a 7% cap rate, giving us an income value of $14,368,292, and an adjustment of $3,376,000, giving us a total value of $17,744,292. In the appendix, you can see the pictures of the property. 31 is a view of the manufacturing area from the mezzanine. And I'm open to questions.
Any questions?
Just a few. During our inspection, was it informed to us that there's a retail section as part of this property?
I believe there's a small retail section. Yeah.
The retail sections usually generate higher rents than industrial properties.
The rent is higher than yours.
Fair enough.
It was an extremely small area.
Yeah, just right up there. Okay, speaking of
So there's a little, just to explain, there's a little bit of a retail outlet at this location, although it's not don't think of it as a store, it's just a very small area that they do retail sales out of. Very small, and again, we think that we've accounted for that based on the rent that we've applied to it, which is higher than the assessor's.
So just speaking to your deduction that you added to the adjustment for land, so that's the value of that parcel of land that you're taking away.
Exactly, so we've gone with your value in terms of the overall value of the excess land, but we've made a slight adjustment to account for that access and egress out of.
So it's a separate roll number.
It is.
As you stated, but who owns that roll number? Who owns that parcel of land?
I don't know if that's really relevant.
Well, I think it's relevant because if you're making that adjustment, then you're making the assumption that somebody can build on it, and then basically their access to that land is now, or their access, the back entry access is gone, right? They can no longer drive through there to.
I would think that because it's a different title altogether, we've made that adjustment.
I'm just wondering if that's your thinking, because we should deduct that because you feel that if somebody builds on there, they no longer have that access.
Regardless of who owns it, if somebody buys it, they would have to grant Palliser that access.
So, but you are well aware that Palliser owns that land?
I'm not aware of who owns it actually, but we have made adjustment because again, it is a separate parcel. It's titled differently if it's sold. We think of the purchaser's decision also. They would have to grant Palliser that access into that property.
Unless Palliser owns the property, then they don't have to grant access.
Right.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Mr. Whipper, any questions?
No.
Ms. Levin?
This is more of a curious question. What are they selling exactly in this retail space that's so small considering they're a furniture manufacturer?
EQ3?
Right.
It's that particular brand that Palliser has. I'm not exactly sure why they have this retail outlets. Maybe because you get better deals, sales, I don't,
It's
speculation.
just odd.
It's a very small space though, so again, I think we've captured it in our rent.
Right. Okay, no questions.
Okay, I think the questions I was gonna ask you, but we're gonna ask, so no questions. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, man, here. Okay, me too. So, this is what I think we should do. Our next property we have an co-op on, and I think we should deal with that, and then after, we're gonna take just a slight adjournment as two members of this board have to plug our parking meters.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, we're now dealing with 20 Burnett Avenue, and I understand the city has an on-co-op request on that, so we can speak to that at this point.
Okay, I'll just simply speak to that. They haven't supplied a mailer. As you can see on the back of page 10, we've sent it out. And researching this property, they have, from what I could tell, have never supplied a mailer. So we continuously ask and we continuously to receive nothing, so.
Okay, that's it.
That's it.
And we can speak to that? See,
Actually, we're not contesting that.
Okay.
We asked the owner whether they had supplied this to the city, and he answered no.
Okay, so, you know, we'll adjourn for a few minutes while, plug some parking meters. So, non-corporations, you're first?
Yes. I have rebuttal, not dealing with the non-cooperation.
Okay.
This is 20 Burnett Avenue. Property owner is the Hem Corporation. Leasable area is 19,725 square feet. Site area is 87,120 square feet. Reference date April 1, 2018. The 2020 realty is $2,106,000, and the requested 2020 assessment is $1,663,000. On page 3, you'll see an overhead photo of the property. If you turn to page 4, you'll see another overhead shot of the property, and you can see how it is adjacent to Gateway Road, Burnett. So the subject property includes an office area in the front of the building and a warehouse complex used for light manufacturing. The building has a plan area of 100 feet by 150 feet, or 15,000 square feet. The subject was inspected in August 16, 2019 by the writer, which would be me. The site is approximately 87,120 square feet, with a 5.81 land to building ratio, and is zoned M2. Property was built in 1967 and underwent a renovation to the office area in 2008. The overall effective age that we've estimated is 1995. The office section includes a mezzanine section approximately 4,073 square feet, including a 502 square foot section open to the main level. The main level office area is approximately 4,575 square feet. The shop is a light industrial building with 10,425 square feet. Wall height is 22 feet high. The building, as mentioned, is a light industrial building built in 1967. This is a steel frame design with metal cladding and insulation. The overall leasable area for the subject site is 19,073 square feet, slightly different than what the assessor has. Highest and best use, we believe that the current use is the highest and best use of the property. If you turn to page 7 on the income approach, the potential rent, market rent applied by the city is $7.92. For the subject, the potential market rent for the building is estimated at, it says $6 there, but it's actually, that's a typo, it's $7.25. And we can see here the leases that we've used. We've used 200 Oak Point Highway, with an effective age of 1989. Again, single tenant. You can see the leasable areas and the other criteria. Net rent of $7.50, wall height 17 feet. The next property over is 1400 Chevrolet Boulevard, effective age 1994, single occupant, 19,890 square feet. $7 net rent, 21 feet high wall height. The next property over is 1503 Redwood Avenue, 1990. Tenancy is single, 25,344 square feet. And the net rent is $6.50. The wall height is 26 feet. 895 Keewaydin has an effective age of 1987. Single occupant, 18,370 square feet. Rent is $5.50, and again, that has a range of 9, 22, and 28 feet wall height. 301 Cree Crescent, 1987. Tenancy type is single, 10,593 square feet. Rent is $5.39, and again, the wall height is 20 feet. 25 Midland Street, effective age 1993. Total square feet 33,667. and we have a net rent of $5.71. Wall height ranges between 10 and 20 feet. And 21 Homans Creek, 1992 effective age. Tenancy type single, total leasable area 9,638 square feet. And the rent is $7.95. Wall height is 22 feet. The average is $6.51, and the median is $6.50. Vacancy allowance applied by the city is 2.5%. We've applied a 4% vacancy allowance to the property. The shortfall the city has applied is $3.75. We do not dispute this shortfall rate. Non-recovered expenses. Again, Altus Group is continuing to apply an allowance of 7% of effective market rent in our valuation of the subject. This allowance is based upon a standard allowance of 2% as a structural allowance and 5% as a stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses that arise in the competent management and operation of the property. We would refer the board to the detailed submission attached to this brief concerning these allowances. In terms of capitalization rate applied by the city is 7%. We dispute this capitalization rate and suggest a more appropriate cap rate of 7.5%. On page 9, we have the workup. Again, leasable area, 19,073 square feet. That gives us a $7.25 net
Hey,
rent.
excuse me, I'm just looking at your workup and looking at you indicating you're using a 7.5, you said, but your workup is a 7.25.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. It's gotta be,
So,
I always go with my income approach summary, so 7.25
Okay.
is it.
So you're seeking 7.25?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, but I just wanted to.
No, that's good then.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, to this, we've applied for 4% vacancy and a 7% non-recovered expense allowance, $3.75 shortfall rate, giving us a net operating income of $120,595, capitalization rate 7.25, and an income value of $1,663,376. After this, we have pictures of comparable properties. So on page 10, we see the first index, 200 Oak Point Highway. Next over, we have, on page 11, we have 1400 Chevrolet Boulevard. Next property over is 1503 Redwood Avenue. On page 13, we have 895 Hugh Ayton. On page 14, we have 301 Creek Crescent. And on page 15, we have 25 Midland Street. And the last property is, on page 16, we have 21 Owens Creek. So again, the current assessment is $2,106,000. We ask that the assessment be reduced to $1,663,000. If you turn to the appendix on page 19, we have pictures of the property. This was done at the inspection. So again, the office area, part of the reason that we changed the office the effective age of the property altogether was that the office area had been upgraded. So that is a reflection of the age that we gave it. And in terms of the comparable properties that we sought out, we sought properties that had a similar type of effective age. The thought was that if they have a similar effective age, they would be getting a similar type of rent. Appendix 5, we have a shot of the warehouse section, light manufacturing section. So this area here has, for the most part, not been upgraded. There have been some upgrades to lighting and some to the overhead heaters that have been replaced over the years. But for the most part, the property is 1967 vintage, at least the warehouse section is. And that is my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant?
Just a few. Looking at the property on page 3 here, you'd agree it has a fairly high land to building ratio for the area?
For the area, I would say that, based on what I see here, they have, again, buildings on the side here. They're not main buildings, but they're adjacent buildings, outbuildings, and they're making full use of the entire property. Now, whether they could subdivide it, at this point, they may be able to subdivide it. I'm not sure, we didn't put an excess land value on it.
For industrial properties, especially manufacturing properties, would you say it's beneficial to have a high land to building ratio, as you're seeing here with them using?
I would say that a manufacturing facility tends to have a high land to building ratio.
So could they derive, a building such as this, could it derive a higher rent if it has a high land to building ratio? Would high land to building ratio affect the rent?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of the rent comparables that we looked at, you know, the land to building ratios that we've looked at are high. So,
Yeah, so,
we tried to cover the bases on land to building ratios, on wall heights, on age, effective age. So I think we have a good representation in terms of the rent that we've applied to it.
I just getting to your comparables, it just seems like most of the higher rents on here have a higher land to building ratio, would you agree?
Maybe so, at the same time, you have to take the location into account. So this is an inferior location. Gateway is not a good location for an industrial property. It's out of the way. It accesses onto Gateway, and I had a difficult time just, you know, getting out of there because of the traffic in the morning. So it's not the greatest location.
Well, we've already covered cap rate, I'll cover both with you later, so, and vacancy we covered, so yeah, those are all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitmer, any questions of the applicant?
Kind of along that line, on your page 3 and assessor's page 8, I'm looking at the layout of this land in the black square. I'm seeing what appear to be 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 outbuildings. Is it fair to say they are or not included in the usable square feet?
Those buildings, I believe, are not included in the usable square feet. They're considered accessory buildings, outbuildings.
Okay.
However, as we mentioned, this is an industrial property, and they're making use of that property. These type of properties tend to have a lot higher land to building ratio. You need the land to actually function in whatever capacity you're doing. This is a roofing company. They produce metal-clad roofing and other roofing products, so they need all of that space.
So on the page 3 of your summary, all of that material spread around the top portion of the photo and behind the second largest building, what is that material?
That is partially completed materials, materials that they're using for manufacturing. It is salvage materials or materials that they're going to be sending off to salvagers. So again, with the type of product that they're producing, which is metal-clad roofing, they're going to have excess product. They have to store that somewhere. So again, they're making use of just about every inch of that property. And then there is the fleet requirements, because they have fleet vehicles there. They also have to park quite a number of fleet vehicles. but also, they also installed their product, so.
It looks like there's about 2 dozen of those. But that doesn't really matter here, but they need the space. Okay, no further questions.
Is there any questions?
I have no questions.
I don't need anything. Okay. You can proceed when you're ready. Yep.
Roll number is 0400288100, 20 Burnett Avenue. The assessed value is $2,106,000. The year built is 1967, the wall height is 22 feet, and the zoning is M2 manufacturing general. The land area is 87,084 square feet, and the gross floor area is 19,725 square feet for a land to plan of 5.75. Looking on to page 8, was a sale, it's an older sale in 2008 for 1.2 million, and there was one in 2003 that's quite dated though, but the 2008 sale is arm's length, it is a bona fide sale. Turning to page 3, you can see the rent comparables. They range from 11,300 square feet all the way up to 20,800 square feet. The lease terms range from 4 years to 15 years, and the rents range from $7.25 up to $7.96. You can see the income workup on page 4. We're applying $7.92 to 19,725 square feet for a potential rent of $156,222. We're using a vacancy of 2.5%, expenses of 2%, and a capitalization rate of 7%, applied to a net operating income of $147,421 for a estimated value of $2,106,000. Again, you can see our capitalization rates on page 6, and this rate falls between the 20th and the 80th percentile. Again, there are pictures on the back, very similar to the accountant's pictures. You can see an overhead picture on page 8, side view as well below it. And there's 2 more pictures on page 9 to get a full 360 of the property. As we can see, they are using the space. They are a manufacturer, they need the space, so land to building ratio is important for manufacturing buildings. We've already gone over the non-compliance, so there is no mailer on the back. We feel the assessed value of $2,106,000 is fair and equitable.
Any questions of the assessor?
I think we've already gone over the cap rate argument and the vacancy and all of that. So I think we have the rebuttal also, so I don't know when you want to handle that.
You can have that after the question.
Yep,
I'll get you, okay.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any questions, Mr.
No.
Mr. Litter?
Just one question on your age.
Mhm.
You've got 1967,
Yep.
and I think on yours, you've got 1995 building age.
That's right. No. Do you want an explanation? Oh,
Well, I'm asking the assessor, do you have an explanation for the age?
Well, I guess there's been some renovations done to the place, and I've not inspected this property, so I was not aware of all of the
Okay.
change here, so I believe,
So, sorry, you didn't inspect the property?
no, I have not inspected
Okay.
this property,
Did anybody inspect it?
not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Do you know when the last time this was inspected?
I do not.
95?
Do you wanna throw in some information on the building age then? Is
Well,
that okay? Or do you wanna do it in your rebuttal
I don't know, what do you prefer, Chair?
tonight?
If you want to direct a
It's a
question,
simple
if you want to direct a question, go ahead and do it now. Yeah.
Okay,
The effective age, we adjusted because of the renovations to the office area. So the office area is, I would say in a range of about 40% of the total building size. We looked at the renovations when they were done, and we gave the overall building an effective age of 1995. So when the assessor was talking about a specific formula that they use, we use a very similar type of technique. So we took what was improved versus what was not improved. And the larger section of the building is still relatively unimproved. As I mentioned in my brief, the 67 portion, or the shop portion, the manufacturing section, is for the most part 1967, except for some small changes to heating and stuff like that, like lighting. But that is the reason why we increase the effective age so much, is the changes that have been made to the office area, which were done in 2008.
okay.
And also to account for some slight modifications and changes over the years to the heating and lighting in the shop area or the manufacturing area.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, and I don't have anything. So you kiss over, it's actually, questions are really over here still. I have no questions for the assessor. You- So you can do your rebuttal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would ask you to turn to the assessor's rent comparables section and look at some of the comparables. Basically what I've done is gone one by one, simply because I inspected this building and have a pretty good idea of what type of building we're dealing with. And I don't think some of the assessor's comparables are actually good comparisons. So I went through each one by one. So for the first one, 1289 Mountain appears to be an industrial office with some space dedicated to services provided by the occupant, which is Embassy Graphics, which operates as a data and graphics solutions service provider. Note that there is one small overhead door on the side of the building. This location is within the Inkster Industrial Park and is a superior location. Based on this, the rent comparable does not compare well to the subject, which is a larger light industrial building currently used for manufacturing roofing products. The second one, which is 277 Hutchins Street, again, is located in the Inkster Industrial Park area. This comparison has good access and egress onto Inkster Boulevard. This location is superior. It's also a superior building in terms of its design. The next page over is 69 Durand. It's a heavier type of construction, 20,000 square foot warehouse currently occupied by Frontier Power Products, a supplier of generators, engines, and pumps. This is a storage warehouse with climate control that protects the products inside the property. So this type of, our subject is not this type of building, and it doesn't have the systems that this building has. So one of the reasons that this rent is $7.25 is because of what type of building it is. Again, our building is not that type of building. 1201 Regent, which is comparable number 4, is a multi-tenanted heavy manufacturing building with multiple tenancies. Not a single. As you can see, this is actually the home of Bueller Industries. That rent is actually, I don't believe it's actually correct. So if you look at I've included the 2018 or 2017 INE, at least the rent roll. And you can see AAR Auto List of Canada, square feet, 15,328 square feet. It's currently vacant, so it can't have a rent of $7.47. However, if we go down to Car Vista, that is where we find a $7.47 rent. So I think somebody has mixed up their rents here on this property. Comparison number 5, 171 Cole Avenue, again, not the same type of building. It is an older warehouse type building, 12,000 square feet. But again, it's also protecting the type of products that this occupant sells, which is power tools. It's a power tool retailer. So it has to have the adequate climate controls, which again, our property does not have. It's a completely different type of property. So again, I don't feel that any of these are actually good comparisons.
Questions on
Sure.
the middle?
Yeah, so 1289 Mountain Avenue, you state that there's only one overhead door for this building. That seems like a deficiency for industrial properties, would you not agree?
Well, again, I don't think that this is actually being used as an industrial property, and again, I think a lot of the use in this property is actually office. And they are in, again, data graphics solutions, they do some printing, so, but from what I could see, a lot of space is being dedicated towards office space. So I don't necessarily think it's necessary for how it's being used. As an industrial building, if we just looked at the building itself, granted, it's not a good industrial building.
Correct, so.
And the lease is probably more reflective of the office tenancy / service.
Do you know how much office is in here?
I would say at least the front quarter portion is all office.
Okay.
So I took a walk in, but I didn't go into the back of it.
So for 277 Hutchins, you're saying that the major difference between these two is just the location?
No, there's also the design of the building. These are just two differently designed buildings. We have, I mean, if you look at our property, it's more of a light industrial warehouse, metal cladding. This is a heavier built building on 277 Hutchins.
Okay. So in terms of the access and egress, for the subject property on Brunette, does it only have one entrance and exit off of Brunette onto Gateway, or is there a back way as well?
No, I don't believe there's a back way.
No?
No.
You can't exit out the other side of Brunette?
No. As you can see on the picture on the side there's a fence closed off. That area is completely closed off, so they use some of the area adjacent there for parking. But yeah, that is effectively the only entrance and egress.
So
of that.
my mistake, I wasn't exactly clear on my question there. I was speaking more into the Brunette Street itself. Is it a through street? Can they exit on the other side of Brunette?
I believe onto Lexington. Yeah, it's a residential / industrial area.
So they can come to Lexington as well?
Yeah, it's not the greatest area to be, I'm not even sure if
So they do, I'm just saying that they do have other access points other than just the gateway.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting. So 69 Durant, similar age, similar square footage, similar wall height, just the only difference is you feel is that they have a climate control.
Well, again, I'm getting to this point of these are completely differently designed buildings. So this is a heavier type of structure. This subject is a light warehouse. You can see the difference in design if you walk through it.
But differently designed, but it's still an industrial property used for.
It's an industrial property, yeah.
As for 201 Region, I can't really speak to it. He's supplied what looks like the rent. I'll go back and look at this one at the office, and if it is a gross rent, we'll take it out. Do you have a year for this rent? Oh, there's the year, sorry, up at the top left, okay. All I can do is take a look at it, okay? And again, 171 Cole, again, just basically you're saying it's climate controlled is the only real difference.
Yeah,
The square footage is a little different.
It's got a smaller site area also. I mean, it's not the same type of building.
So a site area, as in like the the land to building ratio.
Yeah, I believe the plan to building ratio is much lower.
So as we know, a higher land to building ratio is better for industrial properties.
Industrial properties, yeah.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Any further questions on the bylaw?
No.
No? No. Okay, thank you. Okay. And we have next 60, or is 80 Burnett? 60? Oh, I should have glasses on. 60 Burnett. When you're ready?
Roll number is 040028801000, 60 Burnett. The assessed value is $1,754,000. The actual years built range between 1962 and 1975. The wall heights range between 17 feet and 21 feet. It's M2 general manufacturing. The land area is 65,310 square feet. The gross floor area, is 19,144 square feet for a land to plan of 3.41. Turning to page 8, we can look at some pictures quickly. We get an aerial view on page 8. We can see that it looks like it's been constructed in almost 4 separate phases, just from the appearance of the top view. From the side view in page 9, you get another look. Again, it seems constructed in 4 different phases. It's got access to the front of the property with some overhead doors. I believe there's also access in the rear with an overhead door as well. You can see that on page 10. So looking at the rent comparables on page 3, we range in square footage from 15,310 all the way up to 25,339. The lease terms range from 5 years to 15 years. Wall heights range from 11 all the way up to 26 feet. And the years built range from 1966 all the way up to 1975. And the net rents range from $6.50 all the way up to $7.73. Turning to page 4, you can see our income workup. We're using a rent of $6.81 a square foot. We're applying a 2.5% vacancy, a 2% expense to get a net operating income of $122,775. We're applying a capitalization rate of 7% to get the value of 1.754 million, or 1,754,000. Excuse me. Again, looking at page 6, you can see the capitalization report, and the cap rate falls between the 20th and the 80th percentile. So we feel that the value at $1,754,000 is fair and equitable and should be confirmed.
Okay, questions of the assessor?
Did you inspect the property?
I have not, sir.
That's my only question.
Questions of the assessor?
That was my question too. Yeah.
Okay, no other. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
I must be fatigued, I don't either.
Okay, 60 Burnett Avenue, this is Classen Manufacturing Incorporated. Property address, again, 60 Burnett, leasable area 18,769 square feet. Site area 65,340 square feet. 2020 realty is 1,754,000. The requested is 1,001,000. Page 3, you can see an overhead view. On page 4, you can see how the building has been constructed over time. And the property site map on page 5. Again, this is on Burnett Avenue, it's actually close to the previous property. The subject property includes 3 connected buildings built in different periods. The subject property was inspected on October 29th, 2018 by the writer, that would be me. On the east side of the property, the section referred to on page 4 as Building 1 is listed in the city assessment records as a 1-story section of approximately 9,360 square feet. The section was built in 1967 and has a wall height of 17 feet. In the center of the property lies Building 2. According to City of Winnipeg records, this section is approximately 4,264 square feet. This section was built in 1975 and has a wall height of 21 feet. Building 3 is located on the west side of the property and is approximately 5,520 square feet. This section was built in 1962 and has a wall height of 17 feet. The building is a combination of steel frame and masonry block design. The structure is in poor condition. Large structural cracks in the wall system and leaks in the roof were visible throughout the property. The site is approximately 65,340 square feet and is zoned M2. Highest and best use is listed as its current use. If we skip to page 8, potential market rent. The rent applied by the city is $6.81 for the subject. The property, the potential market rent for the building by us is estimated at $5 per square foot. Again, we have our comparables here. I won't go through them, but there are 6 comparables. Vacancy allowance. The city has applied a vacancy allowance of 2.5%. We offer a rate of 4% as the vacancy for the subject. The city has applied a shortfall rate of $3.75. We do not dispute the city's shortfall rate. Again, non-recovered expenses, I believe Mr. Reimer is going to come in here shortly and present on this, so I'm going to skip that section altogether. The April 2018 capitalization rate applied by the city is 7%, which we feel is too low. We suggest no less than 8.25 for this subject. Subject has an effective age of 1967, while the industrial brokers report in the Altus Report 2018-19 industrial classifies this as type A and B. Would not meet the standard for either of the classifications. I believe that should say 2020, 2021. Either way, it doesn't meet the standard of A and B. Risk factors include age, condition, location, single tenancies or owner occupation, low land to building ratios, loading problems, etc. On page 10, you can see the workup. I won't go through it. We're suggesting again 1,001,000. My comparables on page 11 start. We have 1322 Waverly Street. This is off of McGillivray and Waverly. 903 Marion Street. Again, it's kind of like it's been pieced together over time. So in our view, it's a very similar type of building. 13 is 39 Eagle Drive. $16.10 St. James. 925 Keewatin is likely a superior location. 65 Stevenson Road, again, is likely a superior location. In the appendix starting on page 19, we can go through the pictures. Picture 1 is a small office area. Again, office area. This is very dated, it has panels on the side. You can't see them, but they've been painted over, but they are simple panels that you would see decades ago. This is a picture of the washroom. Again, not in the greatest condition. Lunchroom. This is a small manufacturing area. You go through those. Page 28, you have also what used to be an office area, which is now used strictly for storage. 29, you have some of the structural problems documented. On page 30. Page 31, roof. Page 32, you can also see the roof leaking. And appendix 15, which is it's basically a summary of sales that have occurred. And these would be essentially inferior properties, not good. So, just to summarize, we gave it an 8.25 cap rate because we believe it's a poor quality building. I think that's reflected in the photos that you saw, but also we've taken a look at some of the rents of what we think are probably slightly inferior buildings. Some are superior, but we think our rent at $5 is more representative of what this property would get in the marketplace. That is my presentation. I also have a rebuttal here.
That's fine, thanks. Questions of the applicant?
Yep, just looking at your rent comparables, 903 Marion, it's just a 1-year lease.
Correct.
Were you aware that this is actually a lease back with the sale? So the property sold from the tenant who was leasing it was the original owner, and then sold it and just leased back for a year.
I was not.
Okay. 1322 Waverly, that's not AutoCorp or car dealership. We researched it and we found that the tenant borrowed from the landlord for all the tenant improvements, which would also increase the rent by $2.03 we calculated. So that's another rent that we would not use. 39 Eagle Drive is actually a step up, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, not Eagle Drive. No, it's reported. We have it reported in 2017 at $5.80. $5.12, just a small difference through the mailer. And then also on 1610 St. James on the mailer, this one's a step up. And it's in 2017, it stepped up to $6.38 per square foot. So, those are all the questions.
Okay, no, you actually made statements, but.
Statements, sorry.
Do you have an answer to that?
I wasn't aware of some of these step-ups.
Yeah.
However, again, what I've pointed to in the subject property is that this is inferior.
No, I understand, you're just asking a question right now, but that's fine. Yeah, we got that.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Whip, any questions? Nothing. Mrs. Okay. So I have a question, I'm looking at your comparables, which city assessor is actually disputed as being accurate for the uses he indicated, and you couldn't really answer them, but even using them, the way they are presented, you have an average rent of $5.19 and a median rent of $5.31, and you're using these, and then you indicate your rent should be $5, which is less than what your data seems to show, that using what you've got, which
Yeah.
is the dispute of the city should be.
So there's that point where we can't account in the rent comparables for the type of property that we have.
Right.
So we make one of these adjustments
Okay,
based on what we have.
so it's just a personal adjustment based on
Yeah.
what you saw,
Yeah.
and you feel that even though you're using these comparables,
Correct.
they're not really,
No, these are, if you look at some of these pictures, they're superior properties in some cases.
okay. I think you answered the question.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thanks. Okay, I don't have any further. You have to rebuttal though.
Yeah. So, again, following what we did in the previous property, we're looking at the comparisons that the assessor has provided on page 3, and I've gone through each one by one, and noted exactly why they're charging $6.50 net per square foot versus what I'm suggesting at $5 per square foot, which I believe is an inferior, much inferior property. So 1586 Inkster Boulevard again. This is Inkster Boulevard, east of Mandalay Street. This building has been heavily renovated and is located inside Inkster Industrial Park, which is a superior location. I've listed some of the permits on here. And as you can see by the pictures, this isn't the same type of building. 277 Hutchins is, again, it was used in the previous property, and again, it's a superior location, not the same type of building.
Okay.
69 Duran, we've also gone through. 380 Maiden Street, I wasn't sure about this one, I really couldn't make anything of it, because this is not the same type of building either. It presents almost as an office building. So I'm not sure why it was included in the list of comparables. The next one over is number 5, 1576 Inkster Boulevard, and it is actually attached to the same complex that 1586 Inkster is located in. So this would be on the east side of the property. And again, you can see the permits there. There have been a lot of improvements made to this property. It's not the same type of property that you're looking at. So why the property is getting $7 a square foot, it's because of the type of property you have, the condition, the improvements that have been made to it, and that is not what we have in case of the subject. And the last one is 1520 Inkster Boulevard. Again, a lot of improvements, tenant improvements. 1520, I believe, would be newer leases also. And again, it goes back to the same concept. This is a much different type of building.
Okay.
That is it.
Questions on the road?
Actually, no questions on that.
Okay, any questions, panel members on the road? Okay, good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Long, sir. We're waiting for you, but you're having a good time.
We want to start this.
How long are we giving
I'm
you
gonna
this?
say an hour minimum. This is probably hour and a half.
Well, you know, I don't know if we can do it today, because panel members have obligations this afternoon, so
Okay.
maybe we'll have to do this another day.
I mean, that
We-
works.
we can't-
I'd
Do we want to
rather
have
do
to
that
take a
rather than
recess
rush.
and figure
I
this
don't wanna
out?
rush.
Yeah, we gotta do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I'd rather not rush.
Please state your name.
Here, Primer.
Do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, when you're ready, you can proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, having had the benefit of the initial presentation by Mr. Lowenstein this morning, I gather, correct me if I'm wrong then, but I gather it was pointed out by the assessor that the only expense allowance provided for the properties on the docket today, excuse me, related to a 2% stabilized expense from effective gross income. Is that fair? Is that the nature of the evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And just to, again, to set the tone, I gather, Mr. Lowenstein, that the department is specifically not applying for the 2020 assessment the former expenses that were designated as management expense of 5%, correct?
Correct.
Oh. So with that then, in that context, it was interesting in hearing this morning. I had the benefit of Mr. Pohl's presentation, and I could sort of bring it forward in that context. So I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, but I will just then simply.
Okay, so just quickly though, for our benefit, so recoverable expenses, is that akin to a management fee that's no longer allowed by the
It's not a
city?
management fee. This is the whole crux of the debate.
Okay, go ahead.
So, if I could ask the board members and Mr. Lowenstein to turn, it actually doesn't, I don't have a cover page on it, but the separately filed document relating to the non-recoverable expense allowance. Pardon me, and I'm just going to take a sip of this. So I'm going to go through this in a bit of detail. Obviously, this is new to this panel and new to the board entirely as of today. So the assessor has, as mentioned, and as is the case here, removed the 5% expense allowance that has historically been shown and is the quote-unquote management allowance in assessment valuations. The title, and this is important, the title to that allowance is entirely misleading. It's entirely misleading and appears to have created considerable confusion as to what the intent of the allowance actually is and has been. Prior to the 2020 assessment cycle, the non-recoverable expense allowance was based on a deduction of 5% of effective market income, which is the potential net market income less an allowance for vacancy and bad debts. So, in summary, the nature of the allowance, as I set out in the middle of page 1, can be set forth in pretty simple terms. What it is not an expense related to standard management fees charged by the owner or a third-party property manager relating to the day-to-day operation of the property. These standard management fees, and there's no, we're not disputing it, these standard true management fees are usually recovered in whole or in part from tenants unless the tenants are on gross or semi-gross leases. So that's something the department and we can agree on, but there's a fundamental disagreement. The fundamental disagreement remains because what this allowance is and what it's always intended to be is a stabilized expense involving a number of typical non-recoverable expenses, non-recoverable under any circumstances relating to the proper and competent operation of the property. As I say, state in the middle of that page that expenses are never recovered from tenants under any circumstances, including tenants on net leases. So we've attached, I'll go through the attachments in due course, but the intent of the allowance was set forth by the assessor in their manuals they were publishing in the early 90s. We've attached excerpts from the 1994 manual, which states as follows: the following typical non-recoverable expenses were considered, and then one item, management. And that's what they dubbed it. Reflect expenses that are incurred by the landlord that are non-recoverable from the tenants, even with net leases. These expenses involve processing payments and chasing bad debts. Now, the examples that are provided by the assessor in that manual are certainly part of it and would be set forth in most operating statements, as professional fees. But based on our review of appraisal commentary and, as you'll see, a substantial number of operating statements for commercial and industrial properties that were undertaken with the study, there are typically several other non-recoverable expenses involved with the competent management of the property, including the most significant of which is leasing commissions. There's also other things like free rent, professional fees, tenant inducements, none of which are recovered from the tenants of the property, including tenants who are on net leases. As you'll see, while these non-recoverables can vary significantly from year to year, do believe that a 5% stabilized expense is very, very justified, if not somewhat conservative. So moving to page 2, there is, we've attached an excerpt from the case studies and appraisal that to set out the appraisal theory, and that states, the appraiser should also account for non-recoverable expenses, also called non-rechargeable expenses. The most important non-recoverable cost items to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include both tenant inducements and leasing costs, and an allowance for structural or mechanical repairs. The other cost associated with leasing space is, of course, leasing fees or commissions. We also note that there's established appraisal, that this established appraisal methodology for deducting non-recoverable expenses is followed by other assessors. SAMA, which is a Saskatchewan assessment valuation guide, excuse me, states that the operating expenses that are not recovered must be deducted from the effective gross income, EGI, to obtain the net operating income, NOI, for the property. And then where leases are signed on a net rent basis, the tenant agrees to pay his or her share of the operating expenses associated with this property. But then going on, there are 2 areas where the property owner, further down at the end of that paragraph, must cover expenses. Non-recoverable operating expenses, which are not passed on to the tenants, and that's what we're going to be talking about this afternoon. Vacant space shortfall, expenses associated with operating vacant space. That is, of course, precisely what the assessor is continuing to use as a shortfall allowance. So the vacant space shortfall, that is not an issue. The assessors continue to apply that allowance, and we have as well. So the manual goes on to state that the EGI must be reduced by the amounts of non-recoverable operating expenses and vacant space shortfall that's typically reflected in the marketplace for various classes of office buildings. Such adjustments supported by market evidence and analysis.
Excuse me, one of our members needs a recess.
Oh, certainly.
I'm sorry.
I just,
For us.
for us, he wants
We're ready to proceed. Okay.
Thank you very much. So continuing on, if you recall, I was talking about the Saskatchewan Assessor's Valuation Guide. At the top of page 3, they discuss specifically the non-recoverable operating expenses that are typically not included in a lease. And the items they mention there, I'm not going to read this all verbatim, but the items they mention there are consistent with our analysis, where they talk about legal and audit fees, structural repairs and repairs which are capital in nature, advertising and promotion, and leasing commissions. Structural repairs are, and you'll see as we move through this presentation, the structural repairs we are considering to be covered by the 2% allowance, so we are specifically not including those figures, those expenses in our analysis. But certainly the legal and audit fees and the advertising, promotion, and leasing commissions, most importantly, we are. In terms of the impact methodology guide, and that's out of Ontario, of course, at the bottom of page 3, they state to establish the NOI. The objective of the income approach is to determine a property's net operating income. The process begins by establishing the expected PGI, potential gross income, then determining the effective income by making a deduction for typical vacancy. The final step is to adjust the income for expenses that cannot be recovered from the tenants. So the formula very simply is net operating income equals effective gross income minus non-recoverable operating expenses. And non-recoverable operating expenses, the difference between the total operating expenses and the total income recovered from the tenant, including recoveries. Moving to page 4, the non-recoverable operating expenses are expenses to the owner that are not recovered from tenants in order to maintain and generate an income stream. They're, moving further down, the 2 areas where the property owner has to cover the expenses are non-recoverable operating expenses again, such as legal and audit fees, advertising and promotional fees, and the second category, the expenses associated with operating any vacant space, which again is the shortfall rate and not part of our analysis. It is possible to express all non-recoverable operating expenses as a percentage reduction from the EGI. A study of the typical difference between operating recoveries and operating expenses produces the expected difference between EGI and NOI. Pardon me. Moving further down, the second last paragraph, this is still from the impact market valuation reports for office and retail properties, states that, however, even with a triple net lease, there are expenses associated with operating buildings that are not necessarily passed through to the tenant, but rather absorbed by the owner. These expenses, referred to as non-recoverable expenses, may include such items as marketing costs, large capital cost projects, legal and auditing fees, and ongoing expenses associated with the vacant areas. So again, talking about the non-recoverable expense categories generally, there's some different enunciations of what it means, but between SAMA and MPAC and the appraisal theory, we firmly believe that our approach that we've taken in this study is entirely consistent with all of that. So moving on to page 5, the valuation methodology involving the deduction of a stabilized expense from the effective market income when using the income approach is firmly established, as indicated by both appraisal and assessment valuation guides. And as the board members probably recall, this methodology was applied by the city assessor since the early 90s, following proper appraisal principles with the income approach to value. By removing the 5% allowance for non-recoverable expenses for the first time, the assessor, we believe, has now completely failed to account for typical non-recoverable costs. So we accordingly submit that the stabilized non-recoverable expense allowance of 5% of EMI or EGI should be restored. So in item C, we list, based on our review, all of the expenses that we encountered when we were doing our review. The most typical expenses shown on the statements included leasing commissions, professional fees, tenant improvement allowance, and the associated free rent, which is also a form of a TI, owner building maintenance, asset management fees in some cases, marketing and advertising, various financing fees such as covenant fees, bank service charges and fees, depreciation, mortgage interest, utilities for vacant units, and bad debt expense. So for our study, and it's very important to understand that we excluded most of these. For our study, we did not include owner building maintenance. Again, we believe that that non-recoverable expense is captured by the 2% known as the other stabilized deduction from the effective market income or effective gross income to account for a structural reserve. So we have not included that. Financing fees and mortgage interest, that relates to particular financing arrangements, not included in any way, shape, or form. Moving on to page 6, depreciation. While depreciation is of course a legitimate expense for income tax calculations, it is not a factor that's taken into account in the income valuation of a property, and we have not done so. We've excluded depreciation. Utilities for vacant units, that amount is captured by the shortfall allowance, and so we have excluded it because it's covered in that deduction. And bad debts, that's included in the captured in the vacancy allowance, so we have not included bad debts in our analysis as well. So, what we're left with, item D, the study of selected non-recoverable expenses. So, the details of our review, and we reviewed 3 years, 15, 16, and 17 operating statements for several properties in the various real estate sectors shown. As we indicate, the first column listing the non-recoverable expense as a percentage of the effective market income is for standard non-recoverable expense amounts that include only these items: leasing commissions, which is the single biggest item in the statements, professional fees, in some cases, asset management fees, and advertising marketing. These calculations are set forth in the column that's entitled Percentage of EMI 3-year Average with no TI. We're also including for the board's reference statistics that include the tenant improvement allowances. We are not, and I'll be very clear on this, we're not relying on it, but we are providing it to the board as a point of reference for inclusion of the TI allowances like free rent, cash inducements, money provided to the tenant for fit up and those kind of things. So there's actually 2 columns, but if one turns to page 7 now, the column that we're suggesting that the board reference is the second column from the right, which is percentage of EMI 3-year average, no TI. That, as you can see, there's a total of 32 properties. These are 3-year averages, so we've tried to stabilize the amounts over the 3-year period, and it ranges from a high of 31% all the way down to a low of 2.77%, with an average for all of those properties of 7.42% and a median of 5.75%. So that, in a very summary form, is the data. Basically, well over 100 property income statements that were reviewed and filed in order to present that data to you today. So with the, moving on to page 8 now, with the average of 7.42% and a median of 5.75% for that one column, the lower column that I spoke of, we certainly believe the 5.0% stabilized allowance is very, very appropriate, if not somewhat conservative. If one includes TIs, if one were inclined to do that, that's much higher still, with an average of 11.34% and 7.45%. But again, we're not relying on that column, simply providing it for reference. In very brief terms, under site item E, the structural allowance, so that the 2% looks dubbed as the other expense item, but certainly we're suggesting that's a structural allowance. The intent of it was to capture a structural allowance, and that 2%, we're not disputing it, and certainly suggesting it should be continue to be included. But we did a very brief review concerning the structural allowances for the properties where we were able to glean the information, and as shown on the bottom of the chart on page 8, some of the percentages are extremely high for properties that were in need of some capital work. Of course, some years they're going to be zero, that's a given, but certainly based on our brief review and our review generally, the 2% is a very, very conservative allowance, and we're asking the board to continue with that 2% allowance in addition to our submissions to the 5% as in the calculations of these assessments. It's really important to also understand that, of course, with the structural allowance, if it is a larger expense, typically those expenses are going to go straight onto the balance sheet, and it's never going to hit the operating statements. That's why you will see, most of the time in the operating statements, you will not even see an amount that would be considered a structural expense, unless in some very select cases the owners actually showed it as owner repair and maintenance, in which case they're deducting it for income tax purposes. It would appear as an expense. But most of the time, if you've got very, very significant work that is on account of capital, it's going to go to the balance sheet, and for income tax purposes they appreciate it, but it would never be reflected in the operating statement. So it isn't even possible to see the effect of that structural allowance in very many of the cases where just the operating statement has been submitted. In any event, the 2% we believe is very well justified. So, moving to page 9, our conclusion, we're suggesting that appraisal and valuation practice do fully support the inclusion of an allowance for non-recoverable expenses and a proper income valuation of the property. If you don't do this, we're suggesting the NOI calculation would be overstated. The data that we presented fully supports the restoration of this conservative 5% allowance, as was consistently applied in connection with evaluations of nearly all commercial and industrial properties in the city since the early 90s. We accordingly respectfully request the restoration of the 5% non-recoverable expense allowance, as well as the continuation of the 2% structural allowance. Moving to page 10 now. Pages 10 through 18, these are the details of our reviews of the statements, and they include year-by-year amounts for the non-recoverable expenses. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth column says non-recoverable expenses, no TI. That is the core expense in terms of dollars that we tabulated from the operating statements, and expressed as a percentage of effective market income or effective gross income, pardon me, is in the next column over. So what you'll see, and in the column beside that, it explicitly states the expenses that are included. What you'll see in these expenses included typically leasing commissions, professional fees, marketing, advertising, in a few cases asset management fees, but not very many. But again, what you'll see as you review the details of these statements, on page 1, for instance, the 3-year average is as high as 31% for the property of Mountain Avenue, and then moves down to 12.15% for the property on Portage. And there's similar statistics as you go through the percentages, but if you go, for instance, to page 11, that's index number 5, the first property there on Ellis Avenue. You can see when we talk about the wide variety and the need to stabilize it, in the year 2016, the expenses that were categorizing as non-recoverable were extremely low. They were almost negligible. They were 0.89% and only $7,000. But the very next year, they had jumped up again to over $82,000, pardon me. And the year prior to that, they were at $92,000. So there can be very, very significant variation depending on the timing, specifically of leasing commissions and when commissions are payable. But also there can be variation in all of the items, professional accounting, professional and consulting fees, and marketing, advertising as well. Now, as you move, and I won't go through all of these in detail, but then as you move through these pages, again, we are trying to be very transparent as to how we went through all this. And when one moves to, so for instance, if I could ask the board members and Mr. Lowenstein to turn to page 15. As you can see here, again, I'm going to go to the second from the bottom, index number 20 on Portage Avenue. It starts out with a 10.81% and then moves all the way down to 2.42% and 1.49%. And again, this is the whole reason why we wanted to stabilize these in a fair and appropriate manner over the 3-year period to come up with our study as to why the 5% allowance should be continued. And we did that for all 32 of these properties, which resulted at the end of the day in the average percentage of 7.42% and a median percentage of 5.75. So all of the figures for the stabilized figures for the 3-year period, or all the figures for the 3 years for these properties are set forth there, and the 3-year averages are set forth. And again, for the board's reference, if you're interested, if one includes the TIs further to the right of each of those pages, where it says non-recoverable expenses including TI, then the percentages get much higher still. I briefly alluded to the structural reserve, the very brief review that we did for the properties where we were able to glean that information. That starts on pages 19 through 22, and again, this is a very, very, the sample size isn't large, and we're just submitting this for the reference of the board in support of the continuation of the 2% allowance, and certainly the 2% allowance being very, very low relative to some of the actual capital expenses when the property gets to be a little older. Pages 23 through 25, I talked about the appraisal, the excerpts from the appraisal text, and that's taken from these pages right at the top of page 24. They talked about the appraiser needing to account for non-recoverable expenses. the most important is again paragraph on important non-recoverable cost items to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include both tenant inducements and leasing costs, and allowance for structural and mechanical repairs. Now, starting at page 26, this is the pages taken from the assessor, the City of Winnipeg Assessor's 1994 General Reassessment Manual, and I had lifted again a quote on, excuse me, page 27. At the middle of page 27, there's a one line saying that the following typical non-recoverable expenses were considered. Item number 1, management reflect expenses that are incurred by the landlord that are non-recoverable from the tenants, even with net leases. Expenses involve processing payments and chasing bad debts, and as we've submitted, also leasing commissions, professional fees, and the like. So that we believe was the intent of that allowance, and a proper intent all along. What happened was the term or the concept of the non-recoverable expenses relating to the proper management and operation of the building, that entire concept got smashed into 2 words: management expense, management fee expense, or 3 words, I guess. The term management has led to many misconceptions, and has led to the fundamental reasons why we're here today, because from the departments, and as I mentioned at the outset, we do not dispute that management fees, when you hire a third-party manager, and the management fees in and of themselves that the third-party manager passes or presents to the landlords for managing the property, typically on net leases, those fees are recovered, and that's not the issue. It's the non-recoverable expenses relating to the proper management of the property that we are suggesting need to be accounted for at the risk of overstating the NOI for the property without doing so. So pages 29 through 39, these are the city assessor's manuals. All that this is doing is confirming that in previous cycles, I don't believe there's a dispute about it, but confirming that in previous cycles, the 5% unrecovered expense allowance was in fact applied by the department. And, pardon me, pages 40 through 47, this is the MPAC guide that I referred to, excerpts that are also referred to in the text of my materials if the board wishes to reference them. So that, in a nutshell, is our management, our non-recoverable quote-unquote management fee submission. We do believe that the data very much bears out that the non-recoverable fees need to be accounted for, and I suspect, I'm going to have questions of Mr. Lovenstein, but I suspect this is the same rebuttal that was filed this morning, I expect? Correct. Okay, yeah, then I'll just wait through this, and perhaps we can address the questions that I have at that time. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and thanks for going through it so quickly. It was very.
That was a lot quicker than
The practice is,
yeah,
but
exactly.
I think we got it, where you went, so that's good. So any questions, Mr. Lewis?
Well, there's, quite a few questions. Most of it will be looked at through my rebuttal package. I just
Okay.
want to focus on a few key things here before I get into my rebuttal package. On your page, or is it here? Sorry, I'm too far off. So speaking of, you brought up the term EMI. Is that an appraisal term?
So we went through this morning. So, Mr. Chairman, what you'll see in the materials provided by Mr. Lovenstein is the assessor objects to the term EMI, effective market income. EMI and EGI are the same, one and the very same thing. Effective gross income, as applied in assessment methodology, means taking the potential net market income for the entire property, deducting a vacancy allowance to come up with what in assessment terms in our evaluations is effective gross income. So to be clear, Mr. Lovenstein and Mr. Chairman, EMI and EGI refer to the very same thing.
So why would you not use EGI?
It was just a term that I should not have used. EGI is it. I will be blunt. EGI equals EMI. Same thing. There's nothing that hangs on.
Okay. So you're speaking of stabilizing over 3 years.
Indeed.
Is that good practice to only stabilize over 3 years?
Absolutely. If one's got more time to stabilize for a further period back, okay, but a 3-year stabilized average, certainly in terms of an assessment, to come up with an assessment figure that represents an annualized figure is certainly a good approach.
So an outlier couldn't affect that average, a
Sure.
one-time cost?
Sure, it could, but that's why we've stabilized it and presented everything we have. The outliers are accounted for when we're talking about reviewing more than 100 statements over 32 properties over 3 years.
But only over 3 years, that's sort of the issue.
Indeed.
So would it not smooth out more if you did over more years? You
I'm
get better
gonna
representation?
No, I'm gonna suggest to you, Mr. Laubenstein, that if I were to go further back, the percentages would not change materially, because with the exception of perhaps the ones that are at 40 and 50%, but for the clusters that are in between sort of the 4% and the 11% range, if I went further back, I'm gonna find more leasing commissions, I'm gonna find more professional fees, I'm gonna find more marketing and advertising costs, and it would not change materially.
Okay. And this document you supplied, that states a city document, it's for sure a city of Winnipeg document?
100% categorically,
It's got
yes.
There's no branding on it that says city of Winnipeg anywhere?
Yes, I'm familiar with what the department will be presenting, and I'm stating, Mr. Chairman, categorically, this is pulled page for page out of the city assessor's 1994 general assessment manual.
Asset management fees, in your opinion, are a typical expense for a building?
Asset management fees, I think I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, asset management fees are not shown in every property, and we have included it as in our analysis, but if you look at the pages, again, starting at page 10 through page 18, the number of properties that actually have an asset management expense associated with it are very small, and it wouldn't have a material impact on our conclusions. So you're right, it's only shown in a few of them, Mr. Robinson.
So it's rare to use asset management fees for
Well,
appraisal
asset
purposes?
management fees are an unrecoverable expense, but not every property owner is showing it as an expense. So not every property owner is engaging a third-party asset manager.
Okay, those are all the questions I have at the moment.
Thank you. Super, any questions of Mr. Reimer? No. Terry, do you have any questions?
No, that's fine.
Okay, I have one sort of, and maybe see where I'm going. So you're saying that there should be a claim of 2% for structural allowance?
The 2%,
Yeah.
yes.
And in effect, structural allowance would be structural repairs and other costs that the landlord has to implement that he doesn't recover from the tenant,
Yes.
because it does improve his building. And
Yeah, so,
basically-
or it allows him to, so,
Yeah.
good example, roof replacement, right?
Absolutely.
You know, so he's gotta replace that.
And he will make a recovery though from income tax when he depreciates.
Oh,
over the
he will,
years.
for income tax, he will
Yes.
absolutely
He
depreciate.
will, so in fact, it's not really out of pocket, those are expenses,
Well-
because it's net income tax recoverable.
Well, okay, it's not 100%,
No.
it's not 100%.
Not
but
100%.
Neither is it it's far from zero. Right?
Well, depending on,
If you're talking-
depending on the circumstances of the landlord.
Yeah, I'd suggest to you that if he gets 50 cents on the dollar as far as an income tax write-off, I think he's been
Okay,
doing
and
pretty.
I guess that's true of all the expenses, because everything that he does pay
Well,
out, in fact, is recoverable when he files his income tax.
Well.
Any expenses he pays, he.
Exactly,
yeah.
the non-recoverables. the
Exactly, all of
non-recoverable,
them.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question. I guess you'll have your presentation now, and then you've got, and then, Mr. Remy, you've got a rebuttal you're indicating?
No, actually, I will be, I'm familiar with this, so I'll have some questions.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Sorry, this is gonna apply to all of them, correct?
Across the board, all the
So-
Altus properties.
So maybe will you guys keep your copies clean? And you already have a copy, can I take that one back? Just we
You
need
can
one in
take
each
this one
file.
back.
Yeah, mark one when you're.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll figure it
Just
out.
so we think about
We'll
that.
figure it out. Take it out. Yeah, okay.
Just scan it, figure it out.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, I'll,
when you're ready, you can.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start by reading through, a lot of it's addenda, so I won't be reading through all the addenda, but I will be reading.
But take your time, we have to understand that,
Just
so,
let you know.
okay,
So-
go ahead.
So on page 2 in the introduction, so based on the flawed assumption, Altus Group incorrectly alleges that the historic 5% management expense allowance was a stabilized expense involving a number of typical non-recoverable expenses relating to property and competent operation of the property. This is on page 1 of the Altus Group non-management or the non-recovery expense. Unfortunately, this statement is incorrect, erroneous, and unfounded. The historic 5% management expense was an expense related to the standard management fees charged by the owner or property manager relating to the day-to-day operations of the property. Further, Altus Group agrees that the standard management fees, which made up the historic 5% in the previous reassessment cycle, are usually recovered in a whole or in part from the tenants unless the tenants are on a gross or semi-gross lease. The City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department does agree with this statement, as Mr. Reimer stated before. To develop the 2020 General Assessment Model, ATD analyzed income and expense information where management was recovered to derive model-generated net operating incomes, net of management expenses. Therefore, the model-generated net operating incomes developed through a fee-simple interest valuation are simply net of management. So our model rents are net of management. ATD has also allowed for a non-recoverable expense. Non-recoverable expenses include a 2% expense allowance, a shortfall allowance per square foot to account for non-recoverable expenses during a time of vacancy. So not only are we doing net rents, model net rents, we're also from there taking off a 2% expense allowance and a shortfall allowance. The 2% general expense allowance was always intended to include expenses incurred by the landlord that are not recovered by the tenant. Those expenses include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structural repairs, etc. Previous jargon at the Board of Revision may have referred to the 2% general expense allowance as a structural repair allowance. This jargon was oversimplified. The rebuttal package that follows justifies the following. The 1994 General Reassessment Manual should be given no weight or consideration. The historic 5% management expense, in fact, an expense related to standard management fees charged by the owner, was in fact an expense related to the standard management fees charged by the owner. The expenses Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are contrary to assessment case law in Manitoba and are not treated as expenses. The expenses Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are typically important when utilizing a discount cash flow method of analysis. Asset management fees are not allowable operating expense items. Altus analyzes percentage EMI does not exist in appraisal theory and is flawed. We've somewhat already covered that. The use of medians rather than averages changes the result of Altus Group's analysis and conclusions from 5.7% to 4.78%. After analyzing the effective gross income for several indices in the Altus Group study, ATD has determined the range of non-recoverable expenses net of vacancy shortfall is between 0.36% and 3.82% of effective gross income with a median of 1.12%. And ATD's methodology is consistent with Saskatchewan, SAMA, and Ontario impact jurisdictions. So moving on to the 1994 General Assessment Manual on page 26 of Altus's brief. This is an outdated historic manual that is no longer in production. In review of this document, the following facts are important. ATD was unable to locate this document after inspecting our electronic and paper records. There are no markings on this document to indicate it's a City of Winnipeg manual. If this is a City of Winnipeg manual, it is produced over 25 years ago and is no longer relied upon to form part of ATD's current valuation models. This document is inconsistent with how ATD develops general reassessment models to date. In addition, this document predates when ATD started using multiple regression analysis to develop valuation models. 2006 was the first general assessment where ATD used this technique for commercial properties. Therefore, this manual predates the current way ATD and other assessment jurisdictions across Canada analyze data for the purpose of ad valorem property valuation. Given these considerations, no weight or consideration should be given to this manual. Management adjustments. So below are two municipal board orders that support the position that a historic 5% management expense was an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by the owner or property manager relating to the day-to-day operations of the property. So below you can see the file number, the order, and the page number of it. And I'll just read the relevant facts here. The relevant facts state that the expenses relating to management of the building were being fully recovered by the owner under the term of the lease. No deduction for management expenses was permitted. Again, another order, as you can see, the file number, the order number, the excerpt from it, but again, I'll read the relevant facts. The expenses relating to the management of the building were not fully recovered by the owner under the terms of the lease. A deduction of 3% for management expenses was permitted as these costs were only partially recovered by the owner. And as for non-recoverable expenses, Altus Group has included the following non-recoverable expenses in their analysis: leasing commissions, tenant inducements, tenant improvement allowance, and free rent. The inclusion of these non-recoverable expenses is contrary to the municipal board case law. There is a long-standing history of municipal board orders stating that these items should not be treated as expenses. Below are 3 municipal board orders indicating this. Again, they have the order number, the page number, and the file number. The relevant fact for this is tenant improvement, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purpose of calculating market value. The next one, the relevant facts state that tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purpose of calculating market value. These items should not be treated as expenses. And the third one here, it says tenant inducements, including free rent, do not reflect the market and will be given no weight in calculation of net operating income. These items are entrenched in Manitoba case law and as being irrelevant in the valuation of commercial properties. The Manitoba Municipal Board established under the order of the Municipal Board Act, CCSMCM 24, is charged with the duty of performing functions assigned to it under the Municipal Assessment Act. The Manitoba Municipal Board is the highest level of court with the province of Manitoba to receive and resolve property assessment appeals with respect to the amount of assessed value or classification of the property. The municipal board is consistently ordered that items including lease commissions, tenant improvement inducements, free rent are not to be treated as expenses. Given the extensive case law on this issue, these items are not to be treated as expenses for the purpose of ad valorem property valuation in the province of Manitoba. We do not dispute that these items are, however, considered a non-recoverable expenses in the appraisal theory literature as indicated in Altus Group 2020-2021 Realty Assessment Non-Recoverable Expense Study on page 24 and 25. Given the extent of the assessment case law of the prominence and of the prominence of the municipal board, the exclusion of these items would form jurisdictional exceptions in the Canadian Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, where an assessment administration is subject to provincial territorial laws and assessment case law. So, moving on to the use of the discounted cash flow method, in reference to the appraisal theory literature with respect to leasing commissions, tenant inducement, tenant improvements, and free rent, Altus Group references Busy 442 case studies in Appraisal 1 on appraising office buildings using a discounted cash flow method. Not only does Altus not adopt the discounted cash flow method in valuing subject properties for assessment appeal purposes, preferring to use the direct capitalization method of valuation, they have improperly administrated this method in their analysis for non-recoverable percentage of EMI, which is on page 7 of their document. So why the discounted cash flow method is not used? The discounted cash flow methodology is based on the principle of anticipation, i.e. value is created by anticipating future benefits. Discounted cash flow analysis finds the present value of expected future cash flows flows in cash flows and taking into consideration the variables and assumptions as indicated on page 25. In appraisal theory, this method of valuation could be considered a prospective valuation. For ad valorem property valuation purposes, required by the Municipal Assessment Act, to determine assessed values, property is valued using a retrospective valuation. This forms an opinion of value as of a historic date. In our case, for the 2020 appeal cycle, a reference date of April 1st, 2018. The discounted cash flow method evaluation simply does not work for the ad valorem property valuation in the province of Manitoba. Manitoba case law directs us to Broadway Square Ltd. versus Assessor for the City of Winnipeg, 2001 MBCA 114 Manitoba Court of Appeal judgment on June 5th, 2001. The Manitoba Court of Appeal is the senior and final court in the province of Manitoba. The Court of Appeal ordered that economic information, lease expenses, etc., making up the value of the subject property cannot be used if it did not exist prior to the reference period. Therefore, any leases or expenses transpiring after April 1st, 2018 would be considered post-reference and not allowed in the development or defense of ad valorem property valuation in Manitoba. The discounted cash flow method projects future cash flows, decades past the reference period, and discounts those future cash flows to the present value, reference date April 1st, 2018. Forecasting the economic conditions past the reference date would be considered post-reference, contrary to assessment case law. The non-recoverable expense items Altus Group uses in their analysis are specifically important to qualify when utilizing a discounted cash flow approach to value. As Altus Group does not use discounted cash flow approaches to value properties for assessment appeal purposes, and rightly so given Manitoba case law direction, their analysis of these items is erroneous and improperly administered. So why the discounted cash flow method has been improperly administered by Altus Group? The literature indicates that non-recoverable expenses, tenant improvement, leasing costs, and replacement reserves are especially important to qualify when utilizing the discounted cash flow approach to value. The reason for this is that operating performances of the subject property is being projected over a typical forecast horizon of 10 years. That would be on page 25 of the Altus Group. The Altus Group non-recoverable expense study on page 10 to 22 indicates that they reviewed 3 years of non-recoverable expenses for each property analyzed into a 3-year average percentage of EMI. The way in which this has been done is incorrect and contrary to appraisal theory and discounted cash flow methodology. So why is this incorrect? When considering these types of non-recoverable expenses, incentives, free rent, other tangible benefits, discounted cash flow methodology requires the appraiser to allocate these expenses over the term of the lease or the forecast horizon, typically 10 years, and to discount those expenses to the present value. Investors typically amortize these non-recoverable expenses over an investment period or leasehold period/term to determine the net effective rent. The net effective rent is used to pinpoint the actual cash flow resulting from a lease agreement and provides the owner the ability to determine if they are competitive in the local market. By only averaging 3 years of non-recoverable expenses to derive a percentage of EMI, Altus Group failed to amortize the expenses through the entire leasehold period, term, or investment period to develop a present value estimate of these expenses. Therefore, Altus Group incorrectly treated these non-recoverable expenses amount as a one-time cost. The expenses are therefore erroneously inflated and the percentage of EMI is subsequently inflated. If Altus Group amortized these recoverable expenses over the leasehold period, term, or investment period as appraisal theory requires, the percentage of EMI calculated would be considerably lower. So moving on to asset management fees. Altus Group incorrectly incorporates asset management fees into the non-recoverable operating expense items in their analysis. In real estate, an asset manager's job is to maximize returns for their investors' portfolios of properties, typically for corporations or real estate investment trusts that have multiple real estate holdings. The Institute of Real Estate Management has established a common core list of functions for asset managers. IREM states that asset managers are those who reside in a different, ordinarily understood to be higher place in control of principal real estate, established capital stack, determined investment strategy, owning strategy and return hurdles, establishing and managing how return and key asset control principles will be addressed, determine leverage, determine and manage the structure of the ownership, allocate resources among a portfolio for a capital improvement and for major expenditures, define the holding period, test the holding period hypothesis, managing the mission, and identifying the portfolio in order to stabilize congruent and adverse actions. Understand and test competent asset life cycles, establish where in the life cycle assets will be acquired and to what standard assets will be improved and maintained. Make determinations as acquisitions and dispositions, timing, portfolio effects and outliers, identifications and solutions. As depicted above, asset management is an arm of business and an investment decision making for corporation. Asset management has nothing to do with direct day-to-day operations of an individual property. Therefore, asset management expenses are not allowable operating expense items when valuing commercial properties. So, Altus Group's reference to EMI. Altus Group defines effective market income as potential net market less an allowance for vacancy and bad debts. Simply put, the term effective market income does not exist in appraisal theory and appears to be a fictional term. The definition of EMI, which forms the basis of analysis throughout the 2020-2021 Real Estate Assessment Non-Recoverable Expense Study, is non-existent and inconsistent with appraisal theory. In addition, Altus Group's definition of EMI references potential net market income, which is a term that also does not exist in appraisal theory. Effective gross income, EGI, is a term that exists in appraisal theory and is defined as potential gross income minus the vacancy and collection loss allowance. Potential gross income consists of rent for all spaces in the property. Examples: contract rents for current leases, market rents for vacant or owner-occupied spaces, percentages and overage rent for retail properties, rent for escalation clauses, reimbursement income, all other forms of income, switchboard services, antennas, connections, storage, garage space, income for coin-operated equipment, and parking fees. Analyzing non-recoverable expenses as a percentage of EGI is consistent with appraisal methodology. Analyzing non-recoverable expenses as a percentage of EMI is not. ATD has analyzed Altus Group development of EMI for specific comparable properties listed in their study from page 10 to 18. Our analysis shows that Altus Group used an EGI rather than a fictional EMI. That if they used EGI rather than a fictional EMI, that their percentage of non-recoverable expense figures would be considerably lower. Why? Because Altus Group did not allow for all revenue sources defined under PGI listed above to derive their EMI. The fictional potential net market income used in Altus Group's study does not include all revenue sources. It is therefore artificially lower than it should be. If the comparables analyzed in their study included all revenue sources, the potential gross income would be higher. The resulting effective gross income would be higher, and the non-recoverable expenses as a percentage of effective gross income would therefore be lower. So, the summary of results of the Altus Group's study of non-selected, non-recoverable expenses, the 2015 to 2017 operating statements on page 6, is flawed in its current form. The conclusion Altus Group draws from the data is that the median non-recoverable expenses are 5.75%. However, the way in which this has been done is incorrect and contrary to appraisal theory. No attempt has been made to remove items such as leasing commission, tenant improvements, inducements, or free rent from the list of non-recoverable expense items, nor has any expense stabilization taken place. The results have produced inaccurate, inflated expense percentages. As illustrated previously, the municipal board has consistently ordered that these items are not to be treated as expenses for the purpose of ad valorem property valuation in the province of Manitoba. In their conclusions, Altus Group has shown 2 sets of results, and both include leasing commissions, with the latter set including tenant inducement and improvements. The financial statements would have to be reviewed to determine the accurate amount of stabilized non-recoverable expenses after the removal of leasing commissions, tenant inducements, and tenant improvement allowances. Additionally, no attempt has been made to stabilize the operating expenses, recovered or not. It is common practice in real estate appraisals to stabilize operating expenses in order to smooth out the highs and the lows of certain expense items for years. To illustrate or more a more typical representation of operating expenses, this is fundamental to real estate appraising, yet Altus Group has failed to do so in their study. So, on Chapter 14 of the Basics of Real Estate Appraising, 4th edition, the Appraisal Institute of Canada provides direction to stabilizing operating expenses. So, in appraisal practice, the appraisal should, where possible, obtain at least years of audited statements, which typically show the income and expenses relating to the subject property on a cash basis. Therefore, after these statements must be reconstructed so that every relevant item of the operating expense is analyzed on an accrual basis and stabilized to an annual year basis. Most expenses vary from year to year. Other periodic rather than annual in character might not occur at all in specific years. These conditions give rise to necessarily for reconstructing the operating statements. The peaks and the valleys of the owner's expenses statements must be smoothed out by analyzing, resulting in stabilized operating statements that show the anticipated net operating income of a property. So no attempt has been made to stabilize the overall operating expenses by Altus Group. In fact, a 3-year average was used to illustrate the expenses as a percentage of EMI rather than a 3-year median. Simply using averages rather than medians inflate the expense percentage. To highlight this, refer to indexes 13, 14, and 20 of the Altus Group non-recoverable expense study. So if you look at index 13, the 2015 non-recoverable expenses reported are 0.2% of EMI. 2016, it's 19.38% of EMI. And 2017, it's 0.92% of EMI. Using the median rather than the average, highs and lows are removed from the analysis, and the median non-recoverable expenses of these 3 years is 0.92%, not 6.7% as indicated on the summary. Again, looking at index number 14, in 2015 we have 3.73%, 2016 16.02%, and 2017 0.01% of EMI. Using the median again rather than the average, the median of these 3 years is 3.73%, not 6.59% as indicated in the summary. This property has been identified by ATD. A review of the financial statements found that the EMI used by Altus Group is as much as 37% lower than the effective gross income in 2015. The EMI was also lower in 2016 by an estimated 7.3%. A 3-year review of the actual income and expenses indicate the stabilized non-recoverable expense recoveries are 0.92% of the effective gross income. And again, index 2015 is reported at 10.8% of EMI, 2016 at 2.42% of EMI, and 2017 is percent of 1.49%. So the median of these 3 years is 2.42%, not 4.91% on the indicated on the summary. Again, this property has been identified by ATD, and the financial statements found that the EMI does not reflect all income of the property. The EMI shown in the Altus Group study is between 18.4% and 32.2% lower than the indicated effective gross income for the 3 years reviewed. A review of the actual income and expenses indicate that the stabilized non-recoverable expense recoveries are 0.82% of effective gross income. So replicating the summary chart using the median for each sample rather than the average will further illustrate that the overall percentage of non-recoverable expenses is inflated. The non-recoverable expenses conclusions are reported by Altus drops from 5.75% to 4.78% simply by reviewing the data and using just the medians. Furthermore, the City of Winnipeg ATD has identified a number of properties in the study where possible, the financial statements were reviewed and the actual stabilized non-recoverable expenses were calculated. The following table depicts average percentage EMI from page 7 of Altus Group's non-recoverable expense study, a median of Altus Group percentage of EMI data for each index, a stabilized non-recoverable expense expressed as a percent of an effective gross income as determined by ATD. So on to page 12, if you can look at the ones that we have identified. So if you look at the non-recoverable expenses, net of vacancy shortfall as a percentage of effective gross income, I guess in the fifth column. For the ones we identified, we put them there, and you can see they were for number 3, they were as high as 16.77%, and we go as low as 2.67%. They're as high as 11.84%, we're 1.12%. For 14, you can see it at 3.3 or 6.59%, we're 0.92%, and it just goes on and on further down you go. So on to page 13. Why the study of selected non-recoverable expenses should not be relied upon. The Altus Group has used a revenue source referred to as EMI and has excluded income typically included in the calculation of potential gross income and effective gross income. Leasing commission, tenant improvement inducements, and asset management fees have been included in the non-recoverable expenses amounts used by Altus Group, inflating the overall percent of non-recovered expenses. The Altus Group has not completed proper expense stabilization, which leads to erroneous conclusions. In cases where ATD has been able to identify and review financial statements for the indices in Altus Group study, the actual non-recoverable expense percentages is proven to be less than the amount claimed by Altus. So, evaluation principles, non-recoverable expense allowance. In the document, in Altus's document, the author references the procedures followed by other assessment jurisdictions in Canada to highlight the practice of including non-recoverable expense allowances in the determination of net operating income. Specifically, the author points to SAM evaluation guides and to an impact methodology guide. SAM is the Saskatchewan Assessment Management Agency, and the reference material is from a series of evaluation guides that have been adapted from an Alberta handbook entitled Market Value and Mass Appraisal for Property Assessment in Alberta. The quoted material on page 2 of Altus' study comes from the valuation guide for office buildings, but is also found in the valuation guide for shopping centers. The reference material outlines the considerations given to unrecovered operating expenses in the determination of net operating income. The unrecovered operating expenses are reported to include both non-recoverable operating expenses and vacant space shortfall. It should be noted that both of these expenses are recognized in the income valuation used by ATD in the determination of property assessment. The quoted material from SAM Evaluation Guide lists the following examples of non-recoverable expenses: legal and audit fees, structural repairs, or repairs which are capital in nature, advertising and promotion, and leasing commission. As previously mentioned, the case law in Manitoba has provided direction on the allowable non-recovered expenses, in particular the exclusion of leasing commissions. It is ATD's position that the methodology described in the material from SAMA is consistent with our own, save the described jurisdictional exception established by the case law in Manitoba. Impact Methodology Guide. Impact is the Municipal Property Assessment Cooperation in Ontario, and the source material provides an overview of the valuation methodology used in assessing office buildings in Ontario. Similarly, methodology was described in impact guides for shopping centers. Similar to the material provided from SAMA, impact identifies the adjustment for non-recoverable operating expenses, which includes expenses not passed on to the tenant and costs of operating vacant space. ATD's method of adjusting the net operating income by a vacancy shortfall and a non-recoverable expense allowance is consistent with the methodology described in the impact guide. So just some relevant facts. ATD has followed a methodology that is consistent with other jurisdictions in Canada. In Manitoba, there are jurisdictional exceptions determined by case law that direct which non-recoverable expenses can be included. So, and then further, that's basically the conclusion of the presentation. All the case law is included in the addenda.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levens?
Sorry, can I just get some water?
Yeah, absolutely. Stein or Lovenstein?
Robinson, sorry. Okay.
Okay? Awesome, okay. The department, let's perhaps, start with some of the terminology. The department's making an issue of the term that I've applied, which I'm fully agree. Instead of effective market income, EMI, it should have been EGI. But we can agree, so if we, for instance, just take, I just picked one, the brief that was submitted in evidence for 80 Furniture Park Road.
Okay.
Thank you. So if we can turn Mr. Lovenstein to page 4, please, of that brief.
Yep.
Okay, so the department's methodology, as I understand it, is you've got, in this case, 131,603 square feet,
Yep.
and the rent applied is 513.
Yep.
Is that intended to be a gross rent?
No,
Is that intended to be a triple net rent?
it's a model rent, so.
But the model is the model modeling a gross rent or a net rent?
A net rent.
Okay. And just while we're on that point briefly, if we return to the page 3, the page prior, all of those comparable leases, I trust you would agree those are net rents that you presented and that have been entered into the model, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then moving on to page 4 now, because the department's made a big deal of this terminology, I'm gonna clarify this outright. So that you've got 131,603 feet, and then the potential rent, of course, is 675,123. That is a potential net rent, correct?
That's a potential net rent. Yeah.
Okay, and then we take the vacancy loss
Mhm.
and the other income, if any, and then you've got effective gross income, right? But the effective gross income is effectively the net rent from the property minus the vacancy allowance.
Correct.
And then from that, what the department's calling EGI, and I'm happy to agree to that term, that is the term I should have used as well, that is the basis upon which my calculations were made. So the expense ratio that the department has allowed of 2%, that is 2% of the effective gross income, correct?
Correct.
And this is consistent with the methodology applied across the board. And in previous cycles, and I know you've been around for, not since '94 when the manual was published, but since then, in previous cycles, do you recall that the department also had a 5% allowance?
They did.
And that 5% was also based upon the mathematical formula, 5% times the effective gross income for a particular property, correct? Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll clarify that later, but effectively the EMI that I refer to is precisely the same as the EGI.
Yeah, I think we recognize that.
And Mr. Lovenstein, you made the reference to, on page 10, to some much lower percentages based on median. But are you suggesting to this board that an investor, for instance, in index number 13, an investor looking at a 3 years worth of expenses with a low of 0.2 and a high of 19.38%, you believe they would use the median of 0.92% as a stabilized expense?
Well, I don't believe an investor would come in and just look at a 3-year average to begin with. Second of
That's
all, I
not-
think they would take into consideration both the median and the mean. But when there is an obvious outlier, as we were looking at some of your indexes here with very, very high percentages in one year, very, very low percentages in the other year, it tends to skew the averages.
Well, I'd suggest that's exactly why we're using the average. So if we go to your page 9, the rationale for stabilizing operating expenses of the appraisal manual, most expenses vary, and this is at the bottom of page 9 now, most expenses vary from year to year. Other periodic rather than annual in character might not occur at all in a specific year. These conditions give rise to, and it says necessarily, but I believe it should be necessity. These conditions give rise to the necessity for reconstructing the operating statement. The peaks and valleys of the owner's expense statement must be smoothed out by annualizing, resulting in stabilized operating statement that shows the anticipated NOI. Part of that annualizing, I'm suggesting Mr. Lowenstein would be, do you believe that it's representative then, in using this index number 13 as an example, do you believe that an investor would prefer the use of a median of 0.92% rather than looking at a 3-year average for that expense?
I can't speak to what an investor would come in and look at because I'm not an investor myself. All I can say is that when we're looking at these averages, we have very high averages and very low averages, and you put them together, that's not smooth out anymore.
Yeah, well, actually, I put it to you, Mr. Lowenstein, that an investor would be much more inclined towards an average, and a 3-year average in terms of reconstructing and smoothing the peaks and valleys is
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think this is gonna have an effect on our decision, because either we're gonna agree that it's a reasonable expense that you should have, and in that case, we'll go ahead as presented.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're gonna deem that
Well,
the city's
if-
correct,
I mean,
and so.
if the chairman, Mr. Chairman, if you want me to focus on the substance rather than the math, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm just basically indicating that I don't think this one issue
Okay,
here is
then I'm not
gonna, because
gonna-
either we're gonna agree with you or
Then
not.
I won't focus
You know,
on them. Then I
So
won't
particulars
fo-
don't really matter?
Certainly,
It's-
then
it's the principle.
I won't focus on on some of the statements made by the assessor. Now, though, I am gonna ask for this indulgence.
Okay.
Mr. Lowenstein, you have mentioned, and I don't think this is an indulgence, this gets to the heart of it, actually. So, I guess it's on your page 7. And you refer to the quote that we had taken from the appraisal manual. And what it states at the top of page 7 is, the literature indicates that non-recoverable expenses, tenant improvements, leasing costs, replacement reserves are especially important to quantify when utilizing the discounted cash flow DCF approach to value. The reason for this is that the operating performance of the subjects is being projected over a typical forecast horizon of 10 years. Neither the department nor we are using a DCF analysis, correct?
Correct.
We are in fact using an OCR analysis. Overall capitalization rate. Right, okay. But the text does not say it's not important to an OCR. It says it's especially important to DCF for the reasons you list there, correct? It's especially important because with the DCF, you're actually taking all the expenses dollar for dollar, year by year, and you're taking them out completely, correct?
For a horizon, like into the future, correct?
So you've got a 10-year horizon, and you are taking your dollar for dollar, all leasing commissions, all TIs, you're taking it right off the rent each and every year, and then calculating the present value. That's what makes it important.
And I don't think
right?
that, and I think we mentioned that the assessment and taxation department understands that that is part of appraisal theory, but Manitoba case law states that we don't.
No, I understand, but what I'm getting at is the department seems to be stating that to account for these non-recoverable expenses would only be used in a DCF. I am categorically stating that is not what the text says, and that's not the case. It says it's particularly important with a DCF, but it is also important as an appraisal factor if you're doing, not using a DCF, but using an OCR method like we are here, correct?
Well, we can't look forward into the horizon for the capitalization method because of the reference dates. We can't go past those.
Okay, so let's talk about that, because that's another misconception, Mr. Lowenstein, I'm going to suggest to you. So the department has suggested on page, I'm going to get back to page 6, please. And I'm going to read you the definition of value of the Municipal Assessment Act. I want to make sure that we both agree this is what our objective is. Value means in respect of the property being assessed under this act, the amount that the property might reasonably be expected to realize if sold in the open market on the applicable reference date by a willing seller to a willing buyer. Would you agree that's our objective?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got a reference date, no question about that, we are both in total agreement. But on the reference date, as an investor looking to purchase a property, would you agree that one of the items that I would take into account as an investor is what's been happening with that property in the years leading up to the reference date?
Of course.
And would you also agree, though, and this is the key, that what drives value for that property on that date is my analysis of what's been happening, but more importantly, what I believe how the property is going to perform in the future?
For an investor.
Exactly. For an investor who's on the open market wanting to buy the property and a seller wanting to sell the property.
But
That's based on the principle.
we're also bound by legislation.
Absolutely.
That we can't go past that date.
Absolutely, and we're on that date, we're on April 1st, 2018.
So for assessment purposes, not investment purposes, assessment purposes, we can only use the information we were supplied before that date.
Absolutely, so that's my point. As of April 1st, 2018, what drives value for a commercial property? How does an investor value it?
How does investor value? By looking at the income statements.
And the NOI, correct?
The NOI.
And they're stabilizing the NOI. That's then based on the principle of anticipation, correct?
For an investor.
I'm going to suggest to you this is the same thing.
But that's the point, it's not the same thing. I
So-
know you don't agree, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
no,
but-
Okay, I think we both see both sides of it, okay? I don't think that you're gonna get Mr. Lowenstein to agree with you, and we see where you're coming from, we see where they are. So I don't think that's further questioning, you're not gonna change the answers you're gonna get.
Well, okay.
Okay, you could argue, and certainly.
I will certainly argue that the
But you know what I'm saying, though, just like you're not gonna change your position. You may
Well,
not see it in the face, but.
I guess I'm surprised that the department has taken the position that the principle of anticipation doesn't apply to assessment. I'd like
Yeah.
that on the record. That's an important
Well,
point.
we heard that, and you know what, and I can let you go on forever.
Yeah,
But,
no,
you know,
that's fine.
But I see where we're going, and we're not gonna get there.
We've got it on the record. That's something that certainly will be of significant interest on the go forward. Okay, so on page 3 of your materials, and again, I'm categorically stating the materials, the department seems to have thrown up a little bit of commentary, they're not sure where this 1994 General Assessment Manual came from. I'm stating categorically, Mr. Lowenstein, to yourself and to the board members, this is from the City of Winnipeg Assessor's 1994 Assessment Manual, let there be no doubt about that.
And I gotta tell you, I believe that it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, about in the middle of page 3, Mr. Lowenstein, you're saying the document predates when assessment taxation started using multiple regression analysis to develop the models. So you're saying 2006 was the first general assessment where the multiple regression model was used?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and appreciate you weren't there at the time, but that's what information you've been given. So from 2006 until 2019, using the multiple regression model, the 5% allowance was in fact applied as part of that modeling process, correct?
To my knowledge, it was, yes.
Okay, and so what the department is saying now, if I can get to the heart of the matter, it's not that, we can both agree that management fees that are charged by a property manager are recovered from tenants who are paying on net leases. But what you're saying is the other the other typical non-recoverable expenses, the municipal board has said you can't include, so now you're not including it, correct?
That is correct, but there's one other factor involved here, and that's the capitalization rate, where for our capitalization rates, we're also not using that expense. So if we're not using that expense for our capitalization rates, that's gonna raise the net operating income, thus increasing the capitalization rate. So it is, in a sense, it's taken out, but it is reflected in the capitalization.
Well, Mr. Lowenstein, what evidence do you have to show that was reflected in the capitalization rate?
Well, the evidence is that I don't have anything here for you to tell you, but I'm telling you how we do it at ATD.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking the board, unless there's evidence forthcoming on that point, I'm asking the board to disregard that statement. Because
Well,
I have no
well, he's going to
capacity.
tell the truth, and I think
I
it's evidence, I mean,
understand, I
you can
understand.
certainly question it,
Well-
but you can say things that we'll take as evidence, and so can the
Okay,
assessor.
so I will, I'll speak to that. Without any evidence, I'm asking to put this,
Well,
I'm asking
evidence,
the board.
verbal evidence sworn in is evidence that we consider all the time. And you're not always gonna have things in writing, and even if it is in writing, it still might not be correct. If the individual hands it in and says this is true, and correct, we take it as that.
But Mr.
Unless
Chairman-
there's evidence to the
But
contrary.
Mr. Chairman, how am I able to test that statement without any evidence to test on?
Well, I guess.
Well, these things happen all the time, though. We don't have a perfect system. I mean, that's why we allow verbal evidence. Otherwise, you just have in your briefs and we consider them and we
All
don't
right,
need
so,
any verbal
okay,
evidence.
so then I'm gonna ask a couple of questions on that point since Mr. Lowenstein's raised it.
Okay, you can do that.
So, Mr. Lowenstein, let's stick with 80 Furniture Park. So, what capitalization rate, the capitalization rate applied by the department in this case was 6%, correct?
Correct.
What was the capitalization rate used for 2018?
I don't know. I don't have that information with me.
Okay. Do you have the information on any of the other properties as to what the rates were used in 2018 versus
I
2020?
did not bring those, so.
Okay, and are you familiar with the trends then in interest rates, cost of money, the broker reports as to cap rates? Between the April 1st 16 timeline and the April 1st 2018 reference date?
You're speaking of, sorry.
Trends in cap rates between
Trends in
April
cap rates,
16
yes,
and
yeah,
April
I'm
18.
familiar, yeah.
Okay, so for the most part, the trend that we've examined, the trends in cap rates certainly showed at best no compression, and in some cases an increase because of these various factors, including the cost of money. So my question then would be, is the department's rate of 6% in this case I've mentioned higher or lower than what was used for 2018?
Again, I don't have that with me, but I can look at my page 6 here and you can see Cushman Wakefield, CBRE, and they're well up in the range that we are.
But, so,
So those are market, right? They analyze markets similar to as you're speaking.
So,
Cap rate.
but Mr. Lowenstein, I'm suggesting to you, if you wanna look at that chart, the multi-tenant B, Colliers Industrial starts at 6.5%. So no, you're not in the range, actually.
Well,
You're well below the range.
for one example, for two others, we are.
Well, let's look at 90 Lexington Park. You've used 6%, again, well below the range. I put it to you, Mr. Lowenstein, that the department, without supplying evidence, I put it to you that the cap rate calculation would need to show a significant increase between 2016 and 2018 across the board if the statement you made were actually true. I put that to you. So if the cap rates are significantly higher by roughly 45 points across the board, there might be some merit to it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the right reports. I'm looking at, it seems to me that the low rate for industrial is 5.5 and all of them.
No, that's the assessors. I'm looking at the
No,
broker.
oh.
I'm looking at the broker reports, you see.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay,
I'm
that's
not-
why,
I'm not-
that's
I'm
why,
not-
that's why I asked.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
So
it's the brokers that, or specifically the Colliers, which they use a methodology again that
Okay.
is, okay, so that starts at 6.5, so.
Okay.
In any event, I'll, until that evidence is brought forward and we have a chance to examine it, I'll leave it for now. But asking the board to take judicial note if the cap rates have not increased, that is inconsistent with the statement made by Mr. Lowenstein concerning taking that into account in cap rates. Now, the department has suggested, if I understand the argument correctly, that the municipal board, the case laws you put it, or the municipal board orders have stated that you shall not take leasing commissions, tenant improvement allowances into account in any circumstances. Is that the position of the department?
I believe that is.
Okay. So I'm gonna go through some of these decisions briefly. Now, there's 2 page number references. The assessment and taxation department's brief, the attachments start at page 1 again, so everything I'm gonna refer to from here on in will refer to the attachment page number that's shown on the bottom left-hand corner of the pages. So if we, pardon me?
Sorry, which page?
So if we can go to page 3 of the attachments,
Attachments.
and that is page 3 coincidentally of order number A0548.
Right.
Okay? Okay, so in this case, because a number of cases have been submitted, and I wanted to clarify what exactly the board was considering and what they said. So in this case, at the bottom of page 3, it's David Saunders at that time, who was the owner's agent, considered a rental rate of $6.42 a square foot as reasonable. This amount reflected the contract rent adjusted for 1 month per year free rent payable under the current multi-year lease for the premises signed in the reference year. So what Mr. Saunders, we can agree, Mr. Lobenstein, what, according to this statement and the decision, what Mr. Saunders was seeking to do was actually deduct the free rent entirely from his contract rent, correct?
Yep.
And then if we move to page 4, the next page, the board makes the statement, however, consistent with the board's established practice of disregarding leasing incentives when calculating rental income, the board is not prepared to make the adjustment to the contract rent as suggested. So the board's saying, we're not taking off the free rent from your net rent calculation. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, exactly. So what, so if we then go to page 11, and again, this is always referring to the attachment page numbers.
That's a different decision.
Indeed, it's a decision 05017.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure we're on a different topic.
Yeah,
You're-
yeah, no, these are, I'm just gonna run through these decisions
Yep.
very briefly. So, in that decision, the first full paragraph states, the board is prepared to accept a management expense when it is clear that management-related costs have either not been recovered at all or only partially recovered. We can agree that that's the statement that was made.
Oh, sorry, yes.
And what the board states is management-related costs in their wording, correct?
The board is prepared to accept management expenses when it is clear that management-related costs have either not been recovered. Okay, yeah,
It doesn't say management fees, it says management-related costs.
sure.
Okay, so if we then could go to page 36 of your attachments. In these, so it's 2 large paragraphs. In the second of the 2 paragraphs, it is 1, 2, 3, 6 lines down. There's a sentence that starts, the rent used, if we're all there. It states, the rent used by Mr. DuPont for the restaurant was based on the deduction of an amount for free rent. The board has consistently taken the position that tenant inducements, including free rent, do not reflect the market and will be given no weight. So in that case, we can agree that Mr. DuPont was looking for a dollar-for-dollar deduction for free rent, correct? Okay, which the board did not accept. So, if we then go to your page 41. Sorry, page 41, the third paragraph from the bottom. The paragraph starts, excuse me, it's a larger area, but the statement that I am going to ask this board and Mr. Lobenstein for you to focus on, second or third sentence, the owner claims that all of the tenant costs, which included tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives in 1990-91, should be allowed as expenses in determining the 91 market value by the income method. So we can agree again, it's clear that the owner was looking for a dollar-for-dollar deduction, correct?
The R was, yeah.
And in fact, what that amounts to is the calculation effectively of a net effective rent, correct? A dollar-for-dollar deduction for all of those things?
It would be a net effective then.
So, going back now to the brief in chief, like the actual text of the brief to page 5. Right at the bottom, and I appreciate the department being forthright about it, the department actually states, we do not dispute that these items, the items we're talking about, that these items are considered non-recoverable expenses in the appraisal theory literature as indicated by Altus Group. Given the extent of the assessment case law and prominence of the municipal board, the exclusion of these items would form a jurisdictional exception. And so that truly is the department's position in terms of excluding leasing commission specifically and some of the other non-recoverable expenses, correct?
That's the position we're putting forward.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'll have much more to say in summation/argument, but those are my
Okay.
questions for the time being.
Okay. Any questions of the assessor, Mr. Richard? I'm gonna hold off. How about you?
Just had one question, page, I think 12 of your brief. You were talking about the non-recoverable expenses, the percentages in the, so you didn't have everything filled in?
We have, first of all, we didn't have time to do it all. Second of all, we haven't identified all the properties yet, as actual addresses weren't given, just street names. So as we work more on this, we'll be able to bring more to the table. But for the time that we had, that's what we came up with. And it's, considering the lack of time we had, it's pretty considerable how many we've already determined.
Okay, so just quickly, I don't want to take a lot of time here either, but I just want to get clarification because I think it's important to understand. So basically, the department is not disputing the fact that there are costs that a landlord may attain that does not recover. But that the city is not going to give them credit for it in the
Well,
write-ups and the
I
workups
guess-
you do because of two reasons. One, basically the municipal board has already ruled that you shouldn't take those into consideration. And the second reason I would appear would be that because you use a global assessment method, that everybody's basically treated the same, use the same procedures.
Sure, but what's important to understand here is that our model rents
You know,
are based off net rents, right? So management's taken out,
but
all these other recoveries are already taken out. On top of that, we're also putting a vacancy on top of that. On top of that, we're putting a shortfall to carry the vacancy.
I understand that, but you
And then
know-
we're even putting in, so we've already taken out all these expenses and we're taking
Yeah,
out.
just
even-
presents the
so we
question,
feel-
though. I know
guess
that-
what I'm saying is I feel the 2% that we're already allowing covers what they're saying. It
Yeah.
covers all that.
Okay, and I guess because in the past, the city has allowed a 5% management fee.
We have in
You
the
know,
past.
And I'm saying, so that's why there is some consternation from applicants at this point, seeing that that's taken away and they're,
Sure.
you know, so
But
that's why we're here today, right now.
Similar to
Yeah.
the manual he put in 1994, like we're now on a model basis, things change.
Okay,
The market changes.
okay, well, I suppose the one thing I'd say about the model is that it treats everybody the same way, but anyway. Okay, that's my questions.
Summation?
Yeah, I guess we should go for summation.
So, recall my questions with Mr. Orenstein. I questioned, it doesn't matter which group you pick, but I'll just pick one, and recall that my question about the rental comparables, these are the net rents that the department's got, yes, and this is what's input. These are the rents that are inputted into the model.
Right.
This is what the model then weighs the different factors using these specific net rents that kicks out a number. These net rents, to be absolutely clear, we're agreeing, these net rents are almost certainly net of recoveries of management fees,
Absolutely.
not in any way net of non-recoverables, which by definition are taken off of these figures.
Unless
Now-
it goes leases, for net
Well,
leases,
okay,
of course.
but I'm assuming
Yeah.
that, I'm assuming
Right.
that leases, for the purpose of this discussion, I'm just
Yes,
assuming that.
and I'm assuming the same thing.
Yeah, so, the suggestion's been made that, you know, we're making all these deductions. All of these deductions, of course, are appropriate, the vacancy shortfall, the other, which I'm calling structural allowance, which if anything appears light, but also the 5% as the non-recoverable expenses. This fundamentally is not a management fee. This is a non-recoverable expense item that falls, as I've said, falls outside of the entire net rent analysis that the assessor does and that we do in our valuations. The chart on page 7 clearly sets out a very significant range, as low as 2.77%, as high as 31%. And there's been some, you know, in terms of the methodology used, we've applied a 3-year stabilized, which is very consistent. I mean, the experience I have in, for instance, multifamily valuations is 3 years is the typical stabilized average. If you've got the resources and ability to go further back, by all means do that. If there's specific items that appear to be particularly significant peaks and valleys, in our case, that's exactly why we went with 3 years, so that we could go 3 years in time, a very large cross-section of properties, and present this board with evidence that was very cogent and very well researched. Now, the assessors also brought in the suggestion that somehow the numbers are inflated. No, they're not actually. They're using, and that was the reason for the question as to how these things were calculated, because we are using exactly the methodology. The figures set forth on our attachments as far as the market income, which should say effective gross income, is using the exact same methodology as the effective gross incomes used in each and every one of these valuations. Exactly the same. So to suggest somehow that we have, and the reason I can say this with a high degree of confidence is because I did it myself. No one assisted. I went through them myself. I went through all of them. That file down there, and I can say this without any reservation. The assessor talks about the fact that there seem to be very significant variations and outliers. Yes, I'll tell you what's an outlier, perhaps 20–25%, so zero. Zero is an outlier too. So to suggest somehow that we start using medians in the examples that the department's given, I understand Mr. Lovenstein didn't prepare this, but to suggest we start to use a median in a case where it's 0.3, 0.4, and 19% is nonsensical. No investor would take that approach. The non-recoverable operating expenses that we're talking about in the department, again, has indicated that they don't disagree that it is
Yeah, especially when we refer to medians, because they are, it's just the averages.
So, and recall my questions with respect to municipal board decisions, and I understand the department's perspective on it. But the reason for my questions was this. What the board has said consistently is, what the board has seen and what they've said is, what the board's seen is applicants coming in saying, effectively, we want you to use an NER, a net effective rent. Take off 100% of the leasing commissions, take off 100% of the free rent, take off 100% of all these other non-recoverables. That's an NER calculation. And what the board has said is, no, we're not going to do that. We can't deduct that, and we won't deduct 100% of those costs, which is what the requests were when they're calculating value. What they specifically have not said, and this is where we're going, we're not asking this board to make a decision regarding an NER calculation, because that's not what we're doing. We are taking a demonstrable, non-recoverable expense supported by data and saying, okay, maybe it shouldn't be our average, our median was 5.75%, our average was 7.42, I think. We're not asking the board for that. We're asking the board for a reasonable, probably conservative, stabilized expense for demonstrated non-recoverable expenses, not an NER. If we were to ask this panel this afternoon, we want every single dollar for dollar, every single TI, every single piece of free rent, every single dollar of leasing commission, we would expect you to throw us out. Because that's what the municipal board has ruled on. You shall not calculate NERs in your analysis, and that's not what we're doing. We are simply taking a conservative 5% as representing a prudent allowance for non-recoverable expenses, and that is a point that we're suggesting. These decisions are not talking about the 5% non-recoverable expense allowance as a percentage. They're saying you shall not, and as I said, the applicants were asking for 100% of the deductions throughout, and that's not what the board has said they would allow, and that's not our request this afternoon. So we are requesting, based on the evidence that's been presented, and the very detailed evidence, that the 5% unrecoverable expense allowance be reinstated, along with the 2% structural allowance, notwithstanding that both of those seem a bit light. But we do believe that it's consistent with appraisal theory, with assessment methodology, and certainly is consistent with our review of the statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to sum up on?
Yeah, just a few things. So first and foremost, this was a management expense. despite Altus's position on it, this was always intended to be a management expense. No other definition of it exists, that's what it is. Second of all, when we look at page 12 of the rebuttal that I brought in, we see that from the ones that we figured out, the non-recoverable expenses, net of vacancy and shortfall are much closer to our 2% non-recoverable that we have here. So our 2% non-recoverable expense, we feel is accurate. So basically, what I'm saying is that we are accounting for the non-recoverable expenses. And we can see that by the calculations that we've done with the indexes on Mr. Reimer's report. So essentially, these are net rents, as we spoke about. The management is already taken out of them, and we're still giving an adjustment for vacancy, expenses, and shortfall. Okay?
Okay, so I gotta tell you both, you both made excellent presentations, and I thought they were great. We can only find one in your favor. I'm not sure where we're going, because I'm only one voice. I think I know where I'm leaning, but I don't know where my co-members are gonna lean, and they could have a different perception than I do. But I want you to know that we both all presented well, and I know that this, no matter what we do, is going to be this board, and they're going to last determination on this, because whoever we find for it, there's going to be a big mess. So,
Thank you for listening.
thank you for presenting and preparing so well.